like to call this meeting to order. And before we begin this meeting, we'd like to honor and thank our community partners of the First Nations, the Anishinaabe. And I'm going to ask for an approval of the agenda, but councillors, you have received an addendum with 4 items added. One more delegation concerning the Carrington Colonization Road, in addition to the staff reports about a tandem plow truck. In business, we have a recommendation from Chief Hood, and the CAO will be talking about a broadband meeting coming up. And then we move into closed session. We have a report from Mr. Longo and a couple other items from the CAO. So with those addendum additions, could I have a show of hands for the approval of the agenda? Thank you, and that's carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? No? Okay, thank you. And we have a motion that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby adopt the minutes of the regular and closed session meetings of Council held on January 11th, 2021 as circulated. Could I have a motion from Councillor Moffat?
I so move.
And seconded by Councillor Cole?
I'll second that.
All in favor? Thank you, and that's carried. We are going to move into a discussion of the budget first, and I'd like to say welcome to the busy and working hard committee members of the Finance Committee. 2020 was a very tough year for all of us. We were without a CAO for 6 months, and COVID changed virtually every aspect of how we interacted with our community. We also saw the departure of 4 important members of our staff. The 2021 budget that you have in front of you turns an important page in our operations. It is the first time that Jason has had an opportunity to really lead the way with a new and fresh attitude. I am excited by the fresh ideas and the opportunity to be bold in delivering on the vision we articulated in the strategic plan over a year ago. As always, we want to be good stewards of the ratepayer tax dollar. At the same time, it is our obligation to deliver on our strategic plan and reflect on the service delivery review. I believe that all of the recommendations contained in this budget deliver tangible value for our ratepayers. On pages 42 through 46, you can see how each and every spending line ties back to either the strategic plan or the service delivery review. Issue papers no longer focus on issues and problems. They have been renamed to service level change proposals, but I actually view them as exciting opportunities to review and renew how Seguin interacts with our constituents. We are less than 2 years away from the end of this term of council. This budget is our opportunity to define council's legacies and be bold in shaping the township. We know that broadband is vital to everyone's success here, from students to small businesses and healthcare, and you will see that reflected in the staff recommendations included in the budget. We as a council committed to 3 guiding principles: environmental leadership, community prosperity, which means economic growth and health, and an exceptional community experience. As we review the budget, I urge you to keep these 3 guideposts in evaluating all of the staff recommendations. I'm now going to turn it over to Jason, who will articulate the story that goes with the budget, his vision of where he wants to take Seguin in the next 12 months. I will add that this is just the beginning of the fresh new attitude and culture that we will see as Jason continues to impact how we do business. So Jason, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of Council, Finance Committee. I would love to see a couple heads nodding before we go to a PowerPoint that you can hear me okay, because I know sometimes my voice is a little too soft. Councillor Osborne wants me to speak louder, so I'm going to do my best. Just going to do a quick screen share a brief presentation. But first, I just wanted to say welcome to the 2021 budget presentation, and I wanted to thank everyone in the community, including council, for your patience during the added delay as we considered and rethought and had another look at the budget before we brought it here for deliberation. I did want to share that in my short time working and living in the community, I've heard repeatedly a very similar message. We need change. We need enhancements. We need improvements. Residents want the most out of their experience here in Seguin Township. I've heard this from council, our residents, both permanent, full-time, and our seasonal residents, our business owners, stakeholders throughout the community, and our staff. Everyone wants a positive, constructive, and enjoyable experience when interacting with the township. Whether they're using a recreational facility, applying for a building permit, traveling down a township road, or paying their property taxes, everyone wants that experience to be as seamless and as smooth as possible. Our number one priority remains the efforts of staying safe and protecting each other during this global pandemic. We look forward to widespread vaccination and the reopening of our facilities and programs as soon as it's safely possible to do so. Township staff continue to work closely with the health unit to ensure all protocols and safe practices are in place and encourage all of Seguin residents to stay home, stay safe, and save lives. We will rediscover all that our community has to offer when the time is right. We also recognize the significant financial stress COVID has placed on our residents. This has had a significant influence on the development of this budget.
I see a hand up.
Sure.
Councillor Moffat, you want to interrupt the presentation?
Edie.
Joined the meeting.
No, I had my hand up much earlier, so I guess it's not gone down.
Do you have something you want to add?
No, not at all.
Okay, thank you.
We'll just quickly go through an update on sort of the strategic goals and objectives as we work through the agenda this morning. I'll then turn the table over to your Chief Financial Officer, Michelle Fraser, who will give you a 2020 financial update and present the 2021 draft budgets. I'll join back again after that to give a high-level overview of the service level change proposals that are in front of Council today. And then I'll invite Jim Beattie and the Finance Committee for some Finance Committee input into the process. When we're done that, we'll turn it back over to you, Your Worship, and members of Council, and allow the tables to turn and give you a chance to start asking any questions you might have, and we will be here to do anything we can to help assist in answering all of those questions. Quick reminder, I think, Your Worship, you spoke quite eloquently about the strategic plan 2019 to 2022, developed by this council and defining this council's priorities. The strategic plan highlights some collectively agreed upon initiatives and provides a platform for advancing Seguin Township. I think it's important to note that while the plan was developed by council, it certainly was informed by the community and stakeholder input. And as you spoke to, Your Worship, the strategic plan outlines three specific goals: leadership, community prosperity, and an exceptional community experience. Highlighted in your budget binders, you'll see these two pages, and this is a new rolled-up version, if you will, of the strategic plan to give a very high-level sort of cursory review of the goals and objectives as outlined. One of the reasons for the delay in this budget deliberation was to spend some time linking our budgeting process to this very strategic plan. And I want to share with Council that the strategic plan is not just a budget exercise. It's the framework for everyday activities. It guides our decision-making process and forms the guidance around our culture. That said, the strategic plan does have a significant influence over the budgeting process and its implementation. Using the strategic plan in this context does not come by chance. It has to be deliberate and it has to be intentional. As you'll see, we've identified the goals as Goal 1, meaning environmental leadership, and then subsequent subheadings of 1.1, 1.2, etc. You'll see these outlined in the budget documents. You'll also start to see them showing up in staff reports. They're in the service level change proposals. You'll start to see these numbering systems and, if I can, catchphrases as to what each of those goals are, embedded deep into many, many of the documents the council will consider as we move through 2021 and beyond. This budget does not represent a full implementation plan, but it is a step towards it. Throughout 2021, a fully developed tactical implementation plan will be developed by your administration to further guide the strategic plan implementation. This will include fully defined objectives or goals and what the desired outcomes will be. This will enable our collective ability to measure our success against a set of clear objectives. And of course, the importance of feedback from council, committees such as the Finance Committee here today, and of course our ratepayers cannot be understated in this regard. And another document that is of course helping guide the direction of where we are today was the service delivery review that was undertaken in 2020. Quick recap, the service delivery review was to establish an inventory of our services and assess our current service levels and the delivery of those services, assist in developing performance metrics and benchmarking against similar municipalities, identifying and evaluating alternative service delivery methods and or changes to service levels, and a framework for implementation. Again, on the third page of I'm looking at a hard copy, but the tab 2 of the hard copy binder, you'll see this page, which is again a rolled up summary of the opportunities for consideration or the recommendations as outlined within that report. And again, a similar numbering system, so there's easy reference as we move through the process of staff reports, this budget, and other exercises as we move through 2021. In closing, there's a lot of work to do to realize the implementation of both the strategic plan and the service delivery review, and this is an important step forward. It's important to note that not all activities fall within the envelope of the strategic plan and the service delivery review, as many are administrative in nature, some are legislated, and many fall within the realm of an effective asset management plan, as highlighted in the budget. As we define and explore our pathway forward, this budget highlights some key opportunities in support of these plans. These include service enhancements for both internal services, such as the IT strategy, where we can take a look at how the organization runs through the context of its information technology infrastructure, and of course our external services, such as a review of the building services portfolio and how we interact with those looking to build or make enhancements to their properties, seasonal road conversions, and of course improvements to our community facilities, just to name a few. I found this picture, which is actually on our website, and it made me start thinking about cycling some of our trails, and I know there's some avid cyclers on our council, and it brought me to an Albert Einstein statement where he once said, "Life is like riding a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving." Today, your administration presents you with a pathway forward for our community and for our own future, with a balance of improvements and sustaining the services our ratepayers expect each and every day. With that, we will close off the presentation. I'll invite Ms. Fraser to join us and walk us through the 2020 financial update and the 2021 draft budgets.
Thank you. As Jason said, a lot of this budget is about a path forward. But before we look at the path forward, we have to have a look at what is behind us. And that's our fiscal year end, December 31st, 2020. We're currently forecasting a year-end surplus of around $347,000. That number will change a little bit before the final audited statements are complete. Many of the components of that surplus have already been discussed with council through the year. The variances are everywhere, in every department and in just about every line. COVID really, really played a number on our finances this year.
Welcome to enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
Oh, okay. Building permit fees, as we've discussed before, were huge. We're looking at $194,000 transfer to the building permit revenue reserve. Volunteer honorariums were down, hydro was down, fuel was down, wages and benefits were down. So were many of our revenues. Obviously, with the arena closed for most of the year, there was significant revenue losses there. Same with all of our other facilities. With our capital, we're currently forecasting a $247,000 carry forward into 2021. The completion of the official plan review, the archive scanning review, the Rose Point Trail project, Star Lake Road will be starting in 2021. And there was some bridges and overlay work that was not completed by the end of the year. So that will be carried forward into
Join the meeting.
The contingency, the total spent out of the contingency line this year was around $14,000. If you recall, there were some purchases for traffic calming and the Foley snowblower. And last but not least, the COVID-19 expenditures. To date, we've spent about $280,000. The balance of that funding, as you'll recall, has to go back into a reserve and can be used in 2021. We have received an additional $51,000 in 2021 for COVID pressures. The package that follows with respect to the financial update is similar to the one that you get monthly in your regular council meetings. Does anybody have any questions about the financial update?
I will suggest that if the councillors are aware of this, if you wish to speak or ask Michelle a question, if you would use the little yellow hand that's at the bottom of your screen to put your hand up, I will then acknowledge who can speak next if you have questions. But I see none right now. Michelle?
Okay. All right. So now we can go forward to the 2021 budget. This is, as we mentioned before, this is a status quo budget. This actually budgets for all of the services that we would normally be providing, hoping that we'll be able to do them. Things like the water quality, the septic reinspection, the swim program. Obviously, already the arena revenues are going to be affected as it's now closed. But overall, it's a 0.6% tax rate increase. We have received almost all of the levies. The only levy that I'm waiting for right now is the EMS levy. And that increase has been projected to be just under 5%, as advised by Chief Thompson. OMPF is up slightly. The 1% cost of living was implemented on January 1st, as previously discussed. The POA revenue used to be a fairly large line for us, upwards of $80,000. In 2020, we're looking at approximately okay, that wasn't me.
Sorry, Michelle, let's put up with technology and keep going.
There we go. Okay, so yes, POA revenue in 2020 was just around $1,000. I mean, it was down a lot. In 2021, our projected share is $10,000, and even then, I'm not quite sure we're going to get to that. The EMS or the POA committee has advised that the number of tickets are down significantly with people staying home. So we're still showing a contingency of 100,000 and a carry forward surplus of 100,000. And changes to the capital budget. As always, we start with last year's budget, last year's 2021 budget, and we roll that forward so that you can see the changes that were made. That's in the next tab. We'll get to that shortly. Does anybody have any questions about the actual inputs into the budget?
I don't
Nope.
see any little yellow hands.
Not seeing any hands. One of the pages that we have in the budget section is the finance committee format, the 5-year projection that we do every year. And that's mainly in there to show you where we've been and where we're going. It is a mathematical model, and things can change, but it does show us that we are on the right path going forward here. As you're aware, the 2021 reassessment by MPAC was canceled. So we're essentially looking at almost the same assessment in 2021 as we had in 2020. The school tax rates set by the province were unchanged in 2021. So the only change that our ratepayers will see with respect to their tax bill will be any increase that Seguin brings in and any change in their assessment. And that assessment, again, is generally unchanged with the exception of growth. Moving on to the capital budget. So the first page in the capital section is where you see the roll forward. This is where the department heads will review the current budget, certain
Michelle, can I
dollars.
interrupt you for a second?
Yep.
We do have a question from
Yes.
Councillor Osborne
Okay.
on the preceding.
Yep.
Councillor Osborne?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Can I ask a question about waste management at this point, or are we there yet, or
Nope, we're there.
we can question anything in here, right?
Absolutely.
There is under waste management a budget for security cameras, $1,000. I'm not sure what $1,000 would buy you, but it seems to be a very nominal figure, and I'm wondering why it's there, since we haven't adopted a policy at our transfer stations as of yet.
We left it in there because we're planning, excuse me, to do a pilot project on Brookside Road, or Brooks transfer site.
Okay, I guess my question is $1,000 might buy you something from the source, but are we not looking at something professional, Peter? If you're going to do a pilot, would you not use professional equipment?
There is an allocation for some funds for the pilot, but this was a maintenance item that we decided to leave in because we're going to be doing a pilot, perhaps to maintain it.
So there is no ask then in 21 budget for actual capital expenditure for equipment?
There is some money for a study,
A study.
yes, a small pilot.
Okay, where is that? What line is that in the waste management, please?
That would be in the capital budget.
Oh,
There's a $5,000 allocation in the capital budget for collection of data on the waste system.
collection of data.
Mhm.
Yeah, that just sounds a little vague to me, but I won't push it at this point any further. I would like more information, Peter, down the road on this one. As you
No
know,
problem.
I've been lobbying for us to get our act together on this for years now. And I'm hopeful of the fact that there's money budgeted. That's at least a recognition that there's a problem, but I'll leave it for now. I just thought I'd question $1,000. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions? Michelle, you can go ahead.
All right, so we're going to continue on to the capital budget. And again, the first part of the capital budget is the roll forward from what was before council and last year's budget to what we're presenting here today. Again, a lot of the changes are just a realignment of costing, It's recognizing that certain things have been done and don't need to be done again in the future. And it's also moving certain projects around depending on where they're needed. So for example, the first entry in there is $50,000 for an IT strategy that Jason referred to earlier. $25,000 for a process review in the building department. Then we have a reduction of $33,000 in fire services, and that's to actually align the upcoming new truck to the actual dollars that are required. Moving down, a lot of these changes are fairly small, and there's ups and there's downs. One of the big ones is an additional $60,000 for the replacement of our Olympia, to replace it with an electric unit as opposed to a propane unit. $42,000 for the Rossa Memorial Hall. There was actually a budget item in 2022 for the Rossa Memorial Hall, but the Director of Community Services would like to pull some work on the roof forward because of some emergency repairs that need to be done. In waste, there's the $5,000 for a waste collection data study. And then Peter has pushed off the replacement of the dozer. And down under roads, the increase to the seasonal roads, there's been $50,000 additional added to the seasonal roads. And in addition, there will be an engineering study done on a number of those seasonal roads, particularly for the ones that are challenging. And finally, VR42, the Director of Public Works has reviewed his vehicle replacement strategy, and he's pushing the replacement of VR42 out to 2023, leaving us a total of $3.474 million in our capital budget for 2021.
We have a question from Councillor Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And Michelle, I did send you a note about this. Yep. We had in September requested an additional $150,000 for our seasonal roads to bring the total this year, which would have been, I think it's covered under ditching. It was $145 last year, so it would have been just under $300,000 this year. And I guess my concern is that without sufficient funding, we're almost nickeling and diming because, as you know, the Ferris Road conversion is upwards of $750,000 alone, let alone Otter Lake Road, Three Lake Road, and others in the around the township. So I would still strongly urge that we change that to add the 150 so that we can in fact do some significant projects in 2021.
I'm going to defer to Peter on this one. Peter?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. We will, my understanding was we would see whether there was money available for the increase of the $150,000. We did make an increase of $50,000, and we're allocating some money to do some studies to figure out how to fix some other roads up. So if it was supposed to be $150,000, I apologize. I thought it was subject to the money that was available. So
our Chief Administrative Officer would like to chime in here as well.
Yes, thank you, Worship. And Councillor Coles, we understand the request, and if that is the will and the direction of council to add that money, we will, Michelle and I can go back, and Michelle can advise if we have the funds, which I suspect we do, and then we'd be happy, if that's the will of council, to bring that back as part of our recommendation for approval in principle on March the 1st.
That would be, if that's possible. I don't know what the rest of council agree, but I think three of them do at least.
I'd like to suggest that we look at all the requests towards the end of our discussion and understand what impact it has on the taxes. and then the council can vote on each one.
Okay.
Councillor Moffat.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question for Jason. I'm wondering what kind of scenario planning are we doing with regards to programs and puts and takes that may result from COVID-19 here in 2021 to know what the impact may be, or if we started to think about that.
Thank you, Councillor Moffat. We certainly have our ear to the ground and are paying close attention to what the longer term, and I say longer term through 2021 impacts of COVID are going to be. The budget that's in front of you today is prepared based on what I would call a normal year. We want to be prepared for, if you can, if I will, the best case scenario of everything opens up and we run full programming throughout the year. In the event that there is some lingering effects that carry on here as the year progresses and through our regular reporting to council, we will keep council and the public advised, but we did prepare this budget under the assumption that we would be returning to full program.
Okay, so potentially in March, we may have a update based on the next 2 months kind of thing, just as a broad stroke.
As a very broad stroke, I suggest yes, that's a possibility.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Collins.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, getting back to what Art was talking about the seasonal roads. This was a new policy, as we all know, that was brought out in 2020 and has been fully supported by our residents. I believe that we have on account now from 2020, $100,000 in a reserve for seasonal roads. And we're adding $50,000 to that $100,000 that's already there for a total of $150,000. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so what Art's looking for is another 100K, I guess, on top of the 50K, rather than the 150K, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Then is there any way going forward with this, because it is a new policy that's being supported by council and by our residents to finally for maintaining municipally owned seasonal roads on a yearly basis? Can there be a new line presented on the budget instead of the 100K in, I guess, ditching or whatever? I mean, I think that should be a separate line item. Can I see that on the budget going forward, please?
Yeah, right now it's actually under a line called special projects. So
And where is that? What page is that?
that's on Peter's 10-year infrastructure study on the very first page up at the very top.
What
21.
page is that?
I
Page
don't have
21?
It's the 10-year
Page
study at
Page 42 of the Acrobat.
Page 42. What's it under, please?
it's under special projects.
Special projects. Okay, so in other words, some of these funds could be used for other projects as well, or?
In 2021 right now, there's $235,000 in special projects. Included in that is 150 for seasonal roads.
So we can't separate that
So,
just
no,
for
I can
seasonal road?
Yep, no, I can separate that going forward. Fine. Yep,
Okay, that's all I'm asking. Yeah, because like I say, it is something special and it's been received very well by the residents of, all residents of Seguin. And so we're moving in a positive direction in that for sure. So thank you very much. That's all I have for now.
Councillor Osborne.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Just getting back to Daryl's point about COVID in 21. Michelle, I believe you said we still have some monies that are in reserves from COVID provincial funding. So we have some financial capability there should this thing drag on till, what's Justin call it, September, before we all get a shot? So are you comfortable with that residual in reserves on COVID funding to carry us through should this thing drag to the fall or next winter?
Yes. In 2020, we used $280,000.
Right.
We now have, with the additional $51,000, $380,000 left.
But we should be good.
I believe that that will cover us, yes.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Collins, do you still have your hand up? Okay. I think that's all of the questions right now, Michelle, so go ahead.
Great. So the capital budget, again, is in a slightly different format this year, as Jason mentioned, where we've tied the individual lines to either the service delivery review or the strat plan. And we'll continue to do that going forward. After the capital budget itself is the 10-year plan that Peter puts together every year, where he identifies the major reconstruction projects. As you'll recall, this year is Star Lake Road, this year and next year. And after that, we've got Stanley House, and then Burgess Road, Blackwater Lake Road, Cardwell Road, and then Maplehurst and Rossaview. Those are the major reconstruction projects in the next 10 years. And finally, after,
Sorry, Michelle, you touched on something that brought something else to mind. Can we have an update on what's going on with the last year's contract with Fowler, where we are on that, or is this not the appropriate time? Has any work started, or where are we at, Peter, please?
We're waiting until the spring. We have assurances from Fowler they're going to finish up their repairs. And the work will be done in the early summer as soon as possible. It's impossible to do it now. We have to wait for the asphalt plants to open up again.
Yeah, so they missed their schedule. So this part, Michelle, is part of the carry forward then to 21 on roads?
Yes, part of it is.
Okay, thank you.
okay. And then finally, the last part of the capital and reserve budget is the reserve budget. The reserves are up at the end of 2020, sitting at about 42% of expenditures when our target is 25 to 30. Now, included in that year end is the 275,000 that we're carrying forward that didn't get spent this year. As well, there's the broadband money, the 280,000 that's still sitting in those reserves. You'll recall the modernization money, the $725,000, that's in our capital reserve. The only amounts that have been spent out of that are the service delivery review and the allocation for broadband. So included in our reserves is around $350,000. That's the modernization funding that we still have to allocate and spend.
Councillor Osborne.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Michelle, if you net those figures you described, those carryovers in reserves, if you net those out, what is our true reserve percentage then?
It's running around 34%.
And our goal is to stay above somewhere between 25 and 30.
That's correct.
So
now,
we are above our goal.
We are, that's correct. But what we do have coming up in the next 2 to 3 years are some pretty huge projects. There's approximately $500,000 for the Rossa Memorial Hall, and there's $1 million for the floor of the arena, if you'll look out into 23 and 24. And as it stands right now, there have been no grants received for either of those projects. So that's 100% of our dollars.
Have we reviewed this 500,000 for the Rossell Memorial Hall? I don't recall ever getting any detail on where we're spending $500,000 on that building. Are we like tearing it down or what?
That amount was put in, I believe, 2 years ago.
Well, it was an ask, but I don't think
No,
it was.
it was put in for 2023 about 2 years ago. We're still
Was it
working
ever approved
towards it.
by council? I guess is my question.
Yeah. As it stands right now, we're still working towards it. But it is in the 5-year projection.
Okay, my question again is, was that expenditure ever approved by council?
It's been in the capital budget for the last 2 years, yes, for 2023.
I know it's been in there as an ask, but I've never seen any details surrounding that expenditure. That's my point, I guess.
That would, I believe Councillor Finson.
Thank you.
Yes, as far as I know, there was a study done. We have the proposal and all of the details are in that, what the work that was to be done, the work, they had somebody come in and do an assessment on the building. Because it's a historical building, it has to be done in a particular way. So it will be, the paperwork that we got shows an expansion of that building with proper bathrooms that can be serviced from outside rather than having the porta potty. So anyway, there is something, and you can pick it up. It'll be at the township office if you don't have it, Rod, and it gives you all the details of where that dollar figure came from. It was from Jack before myself. He was the one that initiated it,
Yep.
and I just carried on with it when I came on.
Well, I understand that was approved, but in principle, but I just didn't realize that we had actually pegged that money and had a debate at council in this term of council to approve that study or proposal or whatever it may have been. I don't think we've had that discussion as this council.
The Chief Administrative Officer would like to speak, and it has been in our capital budget out of.
I know it's been in the budget. I realized we had a recent reno, the reno with the elevator, etc., and the mold situation. We had new washrooms done then. Since that time, I'm not sure why we're getting into washrooms again when we just did washrooms as part of the fix a few years ago. So,
Jason, you speak to this, please?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Osborne. I think to answer your question, council has not approved the money yet. The money is forecasted for spend in 2023, I believe it was. I can be corrected if I'm wrong, but council has not approved the expenditure. So a work plan and the business case has not been fully developed and presented to council to date. So, but it will in future budgets is what the short answer is.
that's the answer I was looking for. Thank you, Jason.
Okay. Councillor Moffat?
So again, going back to our CAO, what scenario planning are we doing with regards to the wellness center in here with respect to current and capital as we look forward on that project?
Thank you, Councillor Moffat. Great question. I will turn it over to our CFO, Ms. Fraser, to outline how we intend to finance the capital portion, which I think maybe I'll help. But right now our plan is to debt finance our capital contributions into that project when it gets approved, and then with respect to the operating expenditures, there's a few opportunities on how council may choose to direct the administration to fund the ongoing operating costs. But in fairness, both of those figures are still quite a ways out in light of where we are in the scope of that project. We won't be issuing any debt anytime soon, nor will we be incurring any operating costs at any point in the very near future. And I'll invite Ms. Fraser to add on if I've missed anything or misstated anything.
Nope, that's exactly it.
So again, to be determined as more information becomes available.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct, Councillor Moffat. As that project advances to those key stages where funding is required, there would be a time and a place in front of council where those would be, how that money is spent would be debated amongst council.
Perfect, because I think residents would like to know what the impact would be on their individual tax situation. So that's great. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Michelle.
All right, and the last part of the budget is the Henvy money. The Henvy money has still not been allocated. In Chris's records, I was able to find a list from Councillor Moffat and a list from Mayor McDermott that I've included here. There may have been other lists from other councillors. I could not find it, but this is what I have so far. But as it stands right now, the Henvy money has not been allocated to any particular project or any operation. So.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Comprehensive budget as always, and I will turn it back to Jason to talk about opportunity level changes.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. For those of you in a hard copy, tab 6 presents the service level change proposals, and for those of you using the digital copy, I believe it's page 51 of your digital package. Outlined within the 3 service level change proposals in front of you, my intention right now is just to give you a very high level review. The business case and the justification for the asks are outlined within the documents, but I'll start at the beginning. The first proposal is that of a corporate communications officer. For those of you who recall, we had a former community services member who played dual role with respect to communications and that of facility programming. Since that time, the former staff person has moved on. And in my early days as your Chief Administrative Officer, one of the other key themes I hear, especially from committees, members of council, and community members, is closing the loop on communications. There seems to be some fairly significant gaps in communications across the organization, and therefore I recommend that we invest in a full-time employee to take on a strategic level corporate communications position, supporting the entire organization, not any one particular service area, but the entire organization, and manage our communication streams both internally and externally, and I'll add as well. The second service level change proposal is a pilot project proposal for bylaw enforcement officers. As many of you may know, the current structure for how bylaw is managed within the organization is that we have a contract, we have a set of contract employees, 4 of them I believe it is, and Mr. Hood can correct me or answer any questions. During the busy season, spring through summer into early fall, we have them available within the community 4 hours per day. This time of year, they're giving us on average about 1 hour a day of active service within the community for the winter months. And primarily, bylaw enforcement has been one of reactive service level. We are awaiting for a call, a complaint to come in, and we respond accordingly. What we're proposing here is to run a trial, and by the way, this was outlined within the service delivery review to try this as a pilot project, and was outlined in our strategic plan to evaluate levels of service and staffing requirements for bylaw. But what we'd like to do is put someone in on a full-time basis, do some key data collection for the duration of this period, and understand and come back to council with a rationale and a business case if this makes sense. And the only way to truly evaluate that, in our opinion, at this time, is to run a pilot project. Outlined within the document is also what your administration intends on doing with respect to reviewing the bylaws, exploring opportunities such as administrative monetary penalties versus using the traditional POA, and of course come back to council with a recommendation, whether it be in the 2022 budget or outside of that budgeting process, but come back to council with the results of that pilot and make some recommendations at that time. And last but certainly not least, projected for 2022, and I want to be clear, I didn't perhaps highlight that as well as I should have, but projected for 2022 would be a project manager for strategic initiatives. As we look at some of the big, what I would call big and chunky pieces of work that need to be done to achieve many of the objectives outlined in the strategic plan, including things such as broadband, those projects currently sit with either myself or some of the senior staff, and in fairness, they are on, corner of desk, and when we have time, we're trying to get to them. I shared with at least one member of council last week that the week prior, I personally had spent about 25 hours on broadband in 1 week, which is an extraordinary amount of time for your CAO to be committing to a specific project rather than the administration of the organization. But we're doing what we can to advance, and we'll talk about broadband a little later on as a specific example. But in this case, this is a proposal for a project manager to specifically take on and manage those initiatives with a Seguin first sort of philosophy behind things such as broadband, climate change, even assisting with increasing housing, et cetera. All of which would be supported across the organization by the various directors in the CAO, but clearly a direct and intentional effort to advance some of the more strategic projects that are on the books. So with that, Your Worship, happy to answer any questions of council with respect to the service level changes.
Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I appreciate your proposals, Jason. I'm pretty much in agreement with these. The question on the project manager position, you've outlined some duties or some tasks that would be completed under that kind of a person. Would all departments have the use of that manager for major projects within their departments? For example, roads might have an initiative that's large and complex. Would the project manager get involved in that department for that purpose?
Great question, Councillor Osborne. I certainly would suspect that based on the priorities of the organization, and if there was capacity, then yes. A project manager will bring in a specific set of skills that perhaps some of the administration doesn't have today, and we would all benefit from the use of those skills, and at a minimum as an advisor. But to your point, a major initiative would be something that we would look to have the project manager lead.
And this project manager, this proposed project manager, would therefore go out and resource expertise on a particular project rather than have our existing staff spend time doing that. That would be their task, would it?
That's correct. Either to resource them or become a subject matter expert. If there's a fairly significant long-term project, we would expect, and I don't want it to be just about broadband, but I think it's a perfect example because it's so relevant here today. I would expect them to be dialed in and expecting, and keeping in tune with all of the specific technical analysis, but, learn it, be a part of that. If it's a short-term project, they would be the one that would go out and procure that expertise and be a part of assisting through the project.
Yep, thank you.
Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, just to follow that up, again, question for Jason. Is this person then sitting underneath yourself, reporting to you, and being able to walk across all departments? Is that the sort of, if we were to draw an org chart?
Yes, Councillor Moffat, I would suspect that the position would report to me at this particular time, given that I will be the one that works with our senior staff to identify the priorities of the day, priorities of the month, priorities of the year, and therefore would direct the project manager to which projects they would be focusing on.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep, okay, good. Yeah, Jason, going back to the project manager, I guess that what you're hoping to, hello? Hoping to create is a director of operations downstream of this, correct?
In fairness, Councillor Collins, what I'm trying to achieve is someone focused on advancing the strategic initiatives of the organization. Not necessarily looking to build a new portfolio or anything to that effect, but someone to focus on corporate priorities and strategic initiatives and advance them a little quicker than perhaps they're being advanced today.
All right, gotcha. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Jason, very much. I would like to call on Jim as the chair of the Finance Committee to kind of quarterback questions coming to Michelle, anyone here from the Finance Committee. Jim, I don't know whether you can see people's little yellow hands as they come up. If you can't, I'm happy to identify them as I see them, but I will ask you to lead the discussion.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, thank you, Mayor McDermott and Council for allowing the Finance Committee to have an opportunity to attend this meeting. I would like to recognize our committee members, some of whom are here today. I don't think everyone is, but you all know Dan Hildebrand, Craig Reith, Pina Getty can't be here, but expressed her regrets. Crystal Turner and Walter McCormick, I think, is here as well. I'll be fairly brief, and then we can sort of open it up if that's your wishes. I've been asked to speak on behalf of the committee, but those that are here certainly can become engaged. I think we were certainly pleased to see the strategic plan included in the budget binder, if nothing more than it being symbolic as to how important the strategic plan is for council and for the ratepayers of Seguin. There was a significant effort to put that plan in place. It's been here since 2019 or so. And perhaps it hasn't had quite the resources or the dedication that we might all like to have it have. And so I think it's a really good step to include it in the budget binder, to include specific priorities in the budget document itself. And I think it's important that we carry on a little bit further with that to ensure that the priorities that we establish are measurable and that they are divulged to the public. So the public is totally aware of what our priorities are in the strategic plan each year, what we're trying to accomplish. And there's some sort of a report card, even if it's at the beginning of the next year as we move into a new budget, that the public is aware of what we tried to do and what we accomplished. So that's the first recommendation from Finance Committee, I think, is to carry on the good work with the strategic plan, certainly prioritize the strategies, if you will, because there's so many in that plan that you can't digest them all at once. And the committee also felt that if council so wished to have the Finance Committee as a resource included in that prioritization and implementation of the strategic plan, we would be more than willing to do so. With regards to the budget itself, as has been mentioned, there's roughly $347,000 in budget surplus in 2020. Of that, $100,000 is used as a start off operating surplus for the 21 budget. which leaves somewhere in the neighborhood of 6.8 million in reserves. I think Michelle has indicated that it's, although in the binder it talks about 46%, some of those reserve funds are encumbered, and therefore you're looking at something like 35%, which is still in excess of sort of the policy or the belief of council being around 25 to 28%. And so the committee is saying maybe now is the time to reduce that 0.6% increase, as minimal as that might be, consistent with COVID, consistent with the casualties that we've all seen and heard about in our municipality and around the province and indeed the country. Now is the time, perhaps, council to take the initiative to reduce that 0.6% budget increase down to zero, which would cost about 75,000 not going to the reserve out of the 247,000 that was left. I think it would send a wonderful message to the ratepayers. It'd be a great opportunity for council to say, you know, we're living within our means, and we realize the struggles that are happening around us. I think that, so that's recommendation number 2. Use 75,000 of the 250 or so thousand that's left that would normally go into reserves to reduce the tax rate to zero. Recommendation number 3 has to do with perhaps giving a higher priority to some of the items in the strategic plan, and it's been alluded to today, being broadband. I know council is, I know that council is working on some initiatives that will perhaps move us ahead in that initiative. But if there's an opportunity to use some of the money that was earmarked for OMPF, or perhaps even this HENVI money that could be allocated to broadband and the internet. As you all know, this is way more than just communications. It cuts across a lot of the initiatives you're talking about in your strategic plans, whether it's economic development, tourism. Just all you have to do is walk across to your school at Humphrey and ask the teachers or the principal the challenges that they've had in communicating with the students during the COVID time for those that don't have the capability of communicating via internet, to hear from their teachers. Think about families that might want to come and live in Seguin Township and realize that it may not be available for their families, not only in that they might want to go into business in Seguin, but just living and having students going to school and the capability more and more of taking classes and education online. So that's a third recommendation that council consider, increasing resources towards the availability of broadband in the township. I think, and lastly, I'll briefly just mention about the staff allocations, which Jason had indicated in the latter part of his comments. 2 positions, one being the corporate communications officer and one being sort of a revamped bylaw person. The strategic plan project coordinator wouldn't come into play, at least from the details we've got, until 2022. So I'm just going to refer to the first 2, which would be in this year's budget, albeit not for a full year. We're talking somewhere around a little in excess of 100,000. We would recommend that perhaps that allocation for that money come out of the contingency money, which is 100,000 in your budget, and that would still then keep the tax increase to 0%, the tax rate at 0%. the one caution that the committee had was whenever you start to talk about staff increases, the ratepayers immediately say, oh no, here we go. More staff and less services, or we don't see the services. So the recommendation is that you take whatever steps necessary ahead of time to justify that those positions are going to improve life in Seguin or improve, taxes, or there's going to be a benefit for people for the addition of 2 extra people. Nobody minds when we spend more money, as long as they perceive that they're going to get more value. And I think it's important that in addition to making a decision to perhaps secure those positions and whatever benefits they may bring to the township and the ratepayers, as much effort has to be in communicating to those same ratepayers that benefit and that value is going to come ahead of time as opposed to waiting after the fact. Thank you very much for allowing us the opportunity to be here. I hope that council and the Mayor McDermott feel that we're a resource that you can utilize and provide council with good value. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beatty, and I think we do value your input. I think having you as a sounding board as various initiatives come before the CAO will be important, and I hope we are kind of setting off on a give and take communication between the Finance Committee, Council, and our finance people. I see there's a question from Councillor Moffat, but first I want to see if anybody from the Finance Committee wishes to add to what Mr. Beatty has said. No? Okay, Councillor Moffat. Oh, sorry, Walter. Walter, you had your hand up? Sorry, Walter, please go ahead.
No, and maybe I missed it, but in the meeting, we discussed whether there was an appetite to have the Finance Committee go beyond its current role and help the township as they roll out their strategic plan as it equates to the finances of the township, and whether we could play a role in that regard. That's all.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good to see the Finance Committee. Welcome, everybody, and I take the recommendation quite seriously. I think we had a good conversation the other day about the Finance Committee's role and the terms of reference, and perhaps assisting with that tactical implementation plan that I referenced earlier today with respect to the service, with respect to the strategic plan. I would be more than thrilled to have the committee engage in that discussion, and I look forward to further discussion on how we can refine those terms of reference at our next meeting, perhaps, and bring them back for council approval.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Walter?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moffat.
Thank you, Mayor. Having sat on the Finance Committee for 4 years, I'm very pleased, Mr. Beatty, with your comments. I had noted down prior to this meeting, surplus, what are we doing with it? How do we communicate it? What are we doing for 2021 in terms of communications? And just following up on Walter's point, if there's an opportunity and we're moving forward with the project management role, that the Finance Committee may be able to, and I'll leave this obviously in Jason's hands, maybe there's an opportunity to work together on those initiatives as part of the committee as things move forward in strategic planning and other items within the township. Because I know for 4 years, certainly when I sat on the Finance Committee and Councillor Fellner sat on the Finance Committee, I think we were underutilized. And I think there's a good opportunity or a great opportunity here. And even Art Coles, when he was on the committee, that there is a great sounding board and set of knowledge within that committee that certainly could help the township. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moffat. Councillor Fellner. Councillor Fellner, you're still muted. Councillor Fellner, you are muted. No. Have you got the microphone on your computer turned up? He's watching it on his television. I don't know which volume button he needs to adjust.
Move on.
Okay, when you figure out, you please put your hand back up. Thank you, Councillor Fellner. Councillor Osborne.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I too would like to express my gratitude to Jim and the Finance Committee for their input. Words of wisdom, we do underutilize, and the fact that you members are prepared to engage the township to the betterment of all is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think now council should go over the issues and the questions that we have presented to us by Councillor Cole, your three service level changes, and some of the I've written 4 recommendations down from the Finance Committee. So with your agreement, we need to give Michelle and Jason direction on how to move from this draft budget to one that will come back in March. So I'd like to suggest that council look at these in, what I was going to suggest is the first 2 service level change recommendations. The first one for this corporate communications officer. Can I have a show of hands from council whether they support that service level change going forward?
Mayor, I think we may have lost Councillor Fellner. He may be out and then maybe logging back in. So,
Craig, can you see?
He's not showing, but
I don't know if
okay. But from the show of hands of those that are here, I think that one moves forward.
Here he comes.
Here he comes. Okay, we can see him coming in. So that would, the strategic communications officer position is something we do support. The next one is the pilot, I believe it's being called, in bylaw. And I personally see it as long overdue to really get a handle on the data so that we can have a plan going forward. So can I have, again, a show of hands from the councillors of who support the bylaw pilot? Thank you. And I would like to suggest that the 3rd service level change, which Jason has put forward for 2022, is an opportunity for this council to keep going and move forward. And while he's going to have his hands full hiring someone in communications, I would like to suggest that we consider letting it move forward into 2021. It likely wouldn't be a full year budget item by the time the person came on, but with less than 2 years in this council to move some of these big strategic initiatives forward, I would like to see if there is an appetite with council to move it up into 2021, perhaps say June, July. Councillor Collins, do you have something to add?
Yes, I do, Mayor. Thank you. Jim, with all due respect to yourself and the Finance Committee, I've always appreciated your input over the years since I've been on council. In this particular case, with our new CAO, he comes from a background of expertise, And these service level changes that he is presenting to us, I think should go ahead as well. So I'm going to support the mayor with her decision on implementing all 3 service change proposals, because that's what it's all about. It's all about service and the service to our citizens. Thank you.
Councillor Fellner. We have a microphone now.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, technology, eh? Yes, I wanted to thank the Finance Committee as well. It's obvious you gentlemen have been busy and you know, looking at everything thoroughly. I think my experience sitting on the Finance Committee with Craig and Daryl, I mean, I think a couple of these things are sort of a reoccurring theme. I think, Craig, great that, you know, we would like to see a little bit less, you know, going to the reserves and perhaps maybe a little bit of a break in the increase in tax. I think myself this year, with everything that went on and probably with what is going to go on until we get through this pandemic, I'm sort of pretty concerned all year about people's abilities to exist, and I would this year support 0 increase. So again, thank you. As well, I think it's important, but from a program point of view, to get at things a little sooner than later, and I think we need, as the mayor suggested, to look at this project person a little sooner rather than later. I'd like to get going with that as soon as we could. So that's my 2 cents. Again, gentlemen, thank you very much for your time, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you, and I will point out that the Finance Committee is not all gentlemen. There are some women on it.
Oh, and yeah, there is a couple of ladies. I'm sorry, but I don't see any on the screen. So.
Well, at least one of them phoned in, and there are a couple on it.
That's sorry, ladies. No disrespect intended.
Councillor Osborne, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Comment on the 3rd recommendation from the CAO. Maybe we could have a response from Jason as to why he was looking to 2022 for that addition as opposed to 21. He did mention to alleviate budget impact. Jason, is it only solely a budget impact issue that you would wait till 22, or is it an organizational thing where you may not be ready for that type of person until then?
Thank you, Councillor Osborne. I will suggest that the reason I pushed it up to 2022 was that of the financial implications, you know, and I noted before that, and we're hearing it now, with the stresses of COVID in today's current life and the economy, we have a responsibility. I was happy to, I can't tell you I'm thrilled, but I'm okay with it being in 22, but I'm also quite excited if council wants to move it up into 2021. And I will say that, Your Worship, your concept of perhaps a June or July start date would be something that would reduce the financial implications, at least for 2021. It would also allow some time for myself to complete one recruitment before starting another with 2 fairly significant positions, if that's the case. So, but to your point, Councillor Osborne, the decision was that of a financial decision. Clearly, there is a need for this position, otherwise I would not have recommended it. And the sooner the position is available, the more work we can get done.
Oh, okay, thank you. And secondarily, would we still be able to fulfill the 0% tax increase if you were to hire, say, mid-21 or 3rd quarter for that position?
Yeah, I think we can take, if that is the request of council, I think we can go back and do some financial analysis to determine that. I heard from Chair Beatty that a request to allocate the $100,000 contingency fund towards this. If that's the case, the financial implications become a little easier to manage, so we would have to do some analysis, but between your CFO and myself, I'm sure we can come back with, if not zero, something close to it. Although at 0.6, we're pretty close to the first place, so. But it will require some financial analysis to be able to see if we can do that.
Okay, I agree with, I'm not sure what Councillor mentioned it. I believe Councillor Collins about I think it's very important, Jim's recommendation on a 0% increase, given COVID and what other levels of government are doing to help their ratepayers. That's the least we can do, especially given the surplus that we had from left over from 20. So anyway, we'll wait for that analysis. Thank you very much, Jason.
Councillor Collins, do you still have your hand up? Okay. I just want to point out that we've had some recommendations coming from the Finance Committee. Aim for a 0 tax increase and look at using the reserves. They also suggested that we try to advance the broadband priority, and I think you're going to hear about that a little later in the meeting, and use perhaps there some of the modernization reserves which are still sitting there. So I think it's what will I call it, a tactical financial ask of the CAO and the CFO to leverage as many of the reserves and the contingencies as possible in order to keep the taxes at 0, but also to keep moving ahead. And I heard Chair Beattie say value, and I think it's important that we do communicate the value that these 3 positions would be bringing in advance of them actually seeing things. I also heard loud and clear from the Finance Department, measurable, tangible objectives, and maybe some sort of a report card as these positions come on board against the strategic plan. And my few months with Jason, he's all about measuring everything. So I think that's a commitment that you can take from our CAO and council, that as we move forward, we want to deliver value, and it's got to be measurable, and it's got to be communicated. I also have a request here from Councillor Cole to increase the allocation to seasonal roads. And one of the things I do want to point out in the capital budget, now I can't tell you what page it's on, maybe Michelle you can find it, where there's the $50,000. There's also the $50,000 for the study, and I believe, Peter or perhaps Jason can correct me, I believe that 50 is to look at engineering options on specifically seasonal roads and some of the more challenging ones. So there's $100,000 really allocated to seasonal roads already. Am I talking about that correctly, Jason?
Yes, Your Worship. So to be clear, we've added $50,000 to this budget that's in front of you today to the seasonal roads implementation. And then in addition to that, there is $50,000 for engineering studies, specifically for seasonal road conversions, where we have perhaps some of the more challenging engineering issues to work through. And there are some specific examples that I can think of off the top of my head, but without getting into the details, that money would be spent on seasonal roads. But my understanding from Councillor Coles was to add an additional $100,000 of implementation money so that more work is being done on the roads that our residents will feel and get the impacts, this year.
Is that correct, Councillor Coles?
That is correct, yes.
Councillor Fellner.
Thanks, Mayor. So I'm just a little bit confused here. So last year we put in another 100,000, right? We put 100,000 extra in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that what the initial one was? And is the purpose of it was to start doing some maintenance on these seasonal roads that the Director of Public Works was telling us that there had been no maintenance done on them for quite some time because there was never any funds to do so. Is that correct again, Art? Is that what the 100 was supposed to be used for?
It was for that, as well as to convert some to year-round standards.
Yeah, and if by sort of doing a little bit of upgrading and that, the Public Works thought they could take on plowing a little bit of them, they were going to do it. And from what I understand, that program was fairly successful. That
it was
that
5 roads.
that some road there was some increased. Yeah. So now we asked for another 50,000 to add to that 100 to bring it to 150,000 to use that for this year for the same purpose basically it was used last year. Is that where we're at?
Council Fellner, we in September we had asked for another 150 to add to the existing 100.
Oh, okay. That's my miss then. And then on top of that, there's an extra 50,000 for some engineering studies. Is that correct? So that would basically total the 300,000 this year into strictly seasonally maintained classified roads. Is that correct?
That's, yes.
That's the ask, I believe.
Is that where it is, Jason? Is that, Peter, is that?
That is correct, Councillor Fellner. It would be a total of 300, including engineering, allocated to the seasonal road conversion program.
Okay. I'm
I
fine
see a
with
couple
that.
hands up. I just want to ask Director Coppich, how many kilometers of seasonal roads are we talking about?
There's approximately, probably that we can actually do is probably 10 to 12 kilometers of seasonal roads to complete. There are some that are not roads. We won't go into that right here, but some of them are. Some of them aren't really viable, but others are, and that's where the engineer studies are for.
Okay, so we're talking about an allocation of $300,000 potentially on 10 kilometers of roads. Just want to make that very clear. Councillor Moffat, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess just to go back, we did a show of hands on the first 2 service level changes, and we sort of danced around a show of hands on the third one. So hopefully we'll go back. Sorry?
I have not called for that yet. I want to get all the options on the table.
Okay. So just to come back to the summer maintained roads, I think the ask is to have 300, and currently we have 250, if I'm understanding correctly, including the engineering. That's we start with 100. We've added 50 for implementation, 50 for engineering gives us 250, right?
200.
200. Sorry, 200, and we're asking for 300.
If I can, just to make sure everybody's on the page, last year's budget had $100,000 in it for seasonal roads. The budget that's been presented to you today has $150,000 in it for seasonal road conversions, plus $50,000 in engineering for seasonal roads that are a little more technically challenged. So in the grand scheme of things, there's a total of $200,000 allocation in the budget before you right now. Councillor Coles brought forward a request to add $100,000 in addition to what's in front of the budget, what's embedded in the budget in front of you today, which would thereby total $300,000 being allocated to the seasonal road program.
Thank you.
Councillor Collins.
Yes. No, it was explained by our CAO. That's exactly correct, Jason. That's exactly the numbers. And we are looking not for another 150, but just 100. Art.
Yes.
And that'll give us the 300 tap, eh?
That's correct.
Top up to 300.
That's
okay.
correct.
All right. Thank you.
Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Mayor. So Jason, how will that additional 100 impact the budget? If we were to add the 100K more?
Thank you, Councillor Osborne. I'll ask Michelle if she wishes to speak to it, but my understanding is it would be funded through capital reserves.
Yes.
But I'll let Michelle speak to that.
Yes, that will come straight out of capital reserves.
So that would not affect the tax rate?
No.
Okay. Another question, while we're still into the weeds here in budget. I didn't present any asks to our CAO for this current budget, but there was an old ask from previous times, last year, I believe, to eliminate a boat launch on Tally Ho Road, which has been deemed by neighbors, users as dangerous. We did embark at some point, I believe Peter embarked on trying to find an alternate access on Seguin property to big whitefish. And I'm not sure where that got left, but that boat ramp still exists. It's a T-bone waiting to happen. And I just wonder, A, if there's any money in the budget to look at that again, or would that become an additional item? Maybe.
Director Coffey, can you update us a little bit on what happened on that?
Well, we did identify a couple of locations that were possible, but we didn't do any further investigation. There was one off Ross Road. We understand that the one off Tally Ho Swords, we were going to make that just an access point. And in the spring we can do that, maybe put bollards on it, but until we get another access there, or if people can access through the Seguin Marina, I don't know where else. There's one location that we haven't fully investigated. So
Okay, well, with regard to Seguin Marina, you can count that out, because if you don't buy gas from them, you can't launch your boat. So that's not a good issue. But my concern here is that even though, whether you call it a boat ramp or an access point, people are launching boats with trailers and vehicles off Tally Ho Road on a bend and a hill. And the signs coming both ways indicate a boat ramp. There are green signs, show it as being the caution signs, show it as being a boat ramp. I guess my big concern here is that because we've been warned by the ratepayers in the area, should something happen untoward there, would the township, how reliable would the township be, having had neighbors cry out for change and total closure? I think kicking this can down the road is not an option. Peter, you mentioned there's one site that hasn't been fully investigated. Maybe that's next step, but I sure would like to see an alternative before this boating season and reduce our risk.
okay, we'll look into it.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'd like the Chief Administrative Officer to weigh in, because I believe this is new information for him.
Yeah, thank you again, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Osborne, for sharing. Funny enough, I drove by that particular boat launch on this past weekend, and it caught my attention, and obviously you're raising it for good reason. So in fairness, we'll take this one offline and do some further investigation, and we'll report back to council in due course, but thank you for sharing your concerns.
Thank you.
Councillor Collins. Do you have something to add, or you just took your hand down? Okay, thank you. And Councillor Osborne, your hand's still up. Okay, so we have two proposals before us, one being whether we advance the special projects person, and the other, do we add 100,000 to the seasonal roads budget? And so let's do the first. Council, show of hands to allow Jason to look into hiring the special projects person, say by mid-year of this year, 2021, to show value. All in favor of that? Okay, and that is a positive from everyone. And in terms of adding $100,000, oh, Councillor Osborne, do you have your hand up?
Just before you call for the vote, Mayor, on that one, on the 100,000,
Yep.
I would like to suggest that we do have the financial impact, because if adding the $100,000 forces us to have an increase in taxes, the value would be to those people on those 20 kilometers or 25 kilometers and not to all of our ratepayers. I think we should be looking in the interest of our ratepayers with a 0% before we look at a select few, if it's going to impact that percentage this year.
I believe Michelle said it could come out of the capital roads budget, but again, what we're doing here is giving direction to Michelle and the CAO to consider these, come back to us, try and explain all the implications, and wherever possible, use contingencies and reserves. That's clearly our directive.
Okay, so this direction
We're not saying for sure. They're going to come back in March and tell us the implications.
Understood. Thank you.
Councillor Cole.
Yeah, I just want to remind all of us that we are in excess of what is recommended for our reserves. And number two, that at Belvedere this year, because Belvedere is in the same position as Seguin, we actually returned 50,000 to Seguin because our reserves were too high. So just keep that in mind.
Thank you. Okay, so let me try and phrase it, and Michelle and Jason, make sure this gives you the direction you need. We're asking council who would like to support an incremental $100,000 to look at it between now and the March meeting, help us understand where the funds could come from, and if any, there would be a tax implication, because it is a very limited number of ratepayers that may benefit. But all those in favor of having the Chief Administrative Officer and the Chief Finance Officer look at it and come back to us for the March meeting, can I have a show of hands? 1, 2, 5. Okay. But again, let's aim for zero taxes. Let's use what reserves we can, and tell us what the impact is at our next meeting. Councillor Moffat, you have your hand up.
Yes, I'd like just to quote you, Mayor, in your request with regards to Henvey money. We are all Seguin and all equal. So please do not discriminate or point out. Everyone pays their property tax, no matter if they're on a seasonal road or on a municipal road. So we are all Seguin and we are all equal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Michelle, do you have what you need from us for the next couple of weeks?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
And Jason, are you comfortable?
Did I?
I'm as comfortable as Michelle is right now.
We just spent a whole lot of money and we didn't give you any. So,
Yeah.
Councillor Collins, you have your hand up?
Yeah, yes, Mayor, we did vote on that third service, the project thing, right?
To bring it
Yeah.
forward to this year.
Okay, so that's been approved by council moving forward. And and also the 100K for the municipal roads has been approved by council moving forward. And we're going to get a response back from the CAO and the CFO of what the impact would be. Is that correct?
That's correct. And once we understand the impact, we will be in a position as a council to look at it and see if we want to proceed. Our goal is, I think we agree with the Finance Committee that if we can possibly keep the tax increase to zero, it's desirable.
Yes.
And we have a request to get creative with our reserves and our contingency budgets.
Great, thank you very much.
So with that, I would like to really, really thank the Finance Committee. You've given us the marching orders, and I think we are at a new stage of back and forth dialogue and using your resources. And that was set up with a couple meetings between you and the CAO. I know there's a purchasing policy on the table that needs to be looked at in depth. And going forward with these strategic initiatives, we have less than 2 years to show our ratepayers really significant value in the priorities they helped us set in the strategic plan. So we need all the help we can get to do that. So thank you to all of the members of the committee. And I will leave it to Jason to be in touch with you, but I know Jason would like to wrap up a little bit too.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of Council, Finance Committee. It's always a good debate when it's budget deliberation day, and by all accounts, that was a good day. We appreciate everybody's candid feedback. I do want to acknowledge the Finance Committee's great work, which I'm echoing your comments, Your Worship, and all of Council's comments around their engagement, and I do look forward to further engagement with the Finance Committee, and I've made the commitment to them that statements like we heard from Councillor Moffat, perhaps as earlier, and Councillor Fellner, where perhaps they were less utilized than they would have liked to have been in the past. Watch what you ask for. I might have you busier than you want to be. So stay tuned, Finance Committee. I'll be in touch. And the last thing I do want to say, thank you for the direction of the Council. We understand clearly and what we don't, the joys of virtual sessions being recorded. We can always go back and re-listen if we need to. But I also want to thank staff. Your senior leadership team demonstrated a fairly significant amount of patience with me as I came in and somewhat derailed their program and the plan to move forward. But I think they deserve a thanks for the good work that they've done in preparing that budget. We know Michelle has had her head down, grinding away hard to get us down to the 0.6, and we have some new marching orders, which we will do our best to be able to come back and bring Council a reasonable resolution at or close to that 0%. So I did want to just acknowledge and thank staff as well as Council for your commitment to working through this process today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So
I think you're ready, Andrea has something for Council.
I think the budget portion of the meeting is over. We're going to leave the Zoom going, but come back to be ready to open Council at 4:30, and I'll turn it over to the Deputy Clerk.
Yes, so please mute your microphones and turn off your video. We're going to still be live streaming, but there'll be a message up saying that we're going to reconvene the meeting at 4:30. So we just want to ensure that everyone's microphones and videos are turned off, and then at 4:30, come back and turn them back on.
And I would request that it be a little in advance of 4:30, please, like at least 4:25, so we can make sure everything is working. We have a lot of delegations and probably a long council meeting.
No, short meeting.
I hope, but we have a lot of delegations. You saw.
I got faith in you.
Okay.
Could eat up my bandwidth.
Great.
My bill's gonna be huge. Bye-bye.
Seguin Council Chambers.
Join the meeting.
Hi, could I ask all the counselors that are online to turn on their cameras, but keep their microphones off, please, so we can see who's ready to go?
Everybody there.
So that's the delegates and
Mhm.
the ones that are here.
And are we live?
Not this,
Yes.
it's not, but
Okay. Okay, so I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We're gonna jump right to item 6, the shore concession road allowances. Before we do though, I just want to point out 2 changes that you will be seeing to the agenda package from previous times. We no longer are reviewing accounts at our council meetings. If any councillors want to see the accounts, they're free to call at any time to see them, but there is no need to review those in council. And you will also not see a CAO report, because I believe you will see our CAO being more involved as each item comes up. So those are 2 changes in the agenda packages that you will be seeing. Council meeting, so we're going to go right to item 6. Council will now consider the following shore road allowance application. This is shore road allowance application number RAF -2018-0004-F for Cohen on Otter Lake, bylaw number 2021-004. Has there been any written objections received related to this application?
no written objections have been received.
So I have a motion that bylaw number 2021-004, being a bylaw to close, stop up, and sell a portion of the original shore road allowance, application number RAF 2018-0004-F for Cowan, is hereby deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time and passed by council. Could I have a motion from Councillor Osborne?
So moved.
You, and seconded by Councillor Fellner. Okay, thank you. All in favor? This short road allowance? Thank you, and that's carried.
The next one is for direction, it's information to council.
Oh, the next one is for direction and information for council, so there will not be. Okay, and that can be found on page 29.
Steve, I guess.
Steve, do you want to talk to this and tell us what direction you're asking for? Director Stone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, rest of council. The direction really is these folks approached us to purchase a portion of, or all of the concession road allowance as it relates to their property. And it was evident when the Director of Public Works and I went out that they have several buildings that are constructed on the municipal road allowance. And they're just asking to buy it, and we see that it's a non-issue from a road network standpoint. Thank you.
So what are the next steps on this? Any?
Yeah, if council agrees, then what we'll do is we'll engage our solicitor to prepare the necessary engagement for the public, as well as a bylaw for future consideration of council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I hear no objection from council. So you should move on with the next step. And now we move to item 7, delegations. And I believe we have James Cox here, who is our new Regional Economic Development Officer. Welcome, James. Is he here? Okay. And I will remind everybody who is delegating that they have a time limit of 10 minutes, but we welcome you both to the region and to our council meeting. Mr. Cox, take it away.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. The purpose of my presentation today is, first of all, to introduce myself as the new Regional Economic Development Officer for the West Parry Sound Economic Development Collaborative. I've been in the area since mid-December and have been focusing on connecting with the local business support organizations, the local businesses, and now the area municipalities. Very much looking forward to working with the various communities and the people within them over the coming years. To give council a bit of context, the West Parry Sound Economic Development Collaborative is a partnership between the 7 municipalities in the area that seeks to improve West Parry Sound as a place to do business overall. The Economic Development Officer position is funded through a 3-year grant from FedNor and has a mandate specifically to provide business support and pursue any projects that benefit West Parry Sound from a business perspective as a region. So I wanted to give council an update on what our initial directions were. The core of my mandate as the regional EDO is to provide direct business support, to actually actively reach out to area businesses that are existing within the community and find ways to support them in doing business in the area. In the immediate term, this is going to involve reaching out to the business community and helping them and supporting them through the pandemic recovery. In the longer term, though, this is going to involve a more coordinated outreach to area businesses, both to gather data on the challenges that are facing West Parry Sound as a destination to do business, and also identify those potential barriers to growth that individual businesses are experiencing and take steps to remove those. My goal is that businesses within West Parry Sound understand and know that there's a single point of contact in the area who, if I can't help directly myself overcome a particular issue or challenge that they are experiencing, then I can help them navigate the existing economic development ecosystem, the supports that are out there, the grants that are out there, and help find ways to address the particular issue that they are experiencing. Another early priority and a big part of my mandate is going to be on the question of development readiness. So ensuring that West Parry Sound as an area is ready and able to welcome new businesses and expanding businesses, so that when we have a business that is interested in locating or expanding in the area, then we're able to make that process go as smoothly as possible from the point of view of the business owner. I will note that I'm still in the process of gathering data on the current state of the region, work that's been done before, and the specific needs of individual municipalities to determine what the other priorities that the collaborative as a whole is going to pursue over the 3-year term. My intent is that the strategy over the coming years is going to feature a mix of ongoing business support, operations, and also specific targeted initiatives that will improve the ease of doing business. One of my key priorities, though, is to improve engagement between the Economic Development Collaborative and the area municipalities. As part of this, I'm going to be aiming to present semi-regularly to all the area councils on our priorities, actions, and results. We're targeting at least biannually at this point. Today's delegation is intended to give a short introduction of both myself and the initial directions that we are planning on moving in, with a more detailed discussion of the specific projects, priorities, and our initial successes and results to come in the early summer months. That's the intention. I wanted to thank council for their time today, to allow me to give this brief introduction, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have about the collaborative or regional economic development.
I have a question for Councillor Moffat.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, James. I guess the one thing that I'm confused on, you answered a couple of questions that I had, but the one thing I'm confused on is maybe an overlap between what your mandate is and the Chamber of Commerce. It seems that you touched about direct business support and developing readiness. It seems like they're also doing that, I think, same thing. So I'm just wondering, why we have two organizations doing the same thing. it seems like we're duplicating up services, but only getting one benefit. And I know you can't speak for the chamber, but maybe you have an answer, or maybe you've determined that already. I don't know.
Through you, Your Worship, and thank you for the question. So the Chamber of Commerce provides us their focus. We have slightly different areas of focus. Their focus is primarily on developing business skills with a focus on entrepreneurs and small business owners. It's certainly our intent from the collaborative's point of view to support that, but also to expand beyond sort of the traditional Chamber of Commerce focus and look at particular larger employers that might not necessarily be involved in the Chamber of Commerce, but have a large economic footprint in our area. We also have a mandate to work directly with the municipalities. All of the 7 municipalities in West Parry Sound are members of the collaborative. And so the collaborative is tasked with looking at, our municipal processes, our how we position ourselves as a community to the business community, and look at, what our policies are, and trying to look at them from the point of view of a business owner to improve that ease of doing business in the area. I would also note that as a local government economic development office, we have a mandate to market the area as a destination for business and pursue sector-specific regional coordination projects that might not be covered by an agency like the Chamber of Commerce. I'm thinking specifically in the tourism sector. The Chamber of Commerce has identified that tourism isn't a core area of focus for them, and so there is a bit of a gap there that we can help support.
Is it just a follow up? I guess. Thank you for that. That certainly does help. I guess, how do we determine then value and measurement with respect to what you do, specifically coming back to Seguin? And I recognize that it's not a direct straight line, it's dotted, or there's up and downs throughout. But I guess you mentioned about coming back on a semi-regular biannual basis, and that was one of my questions. Is hopefully we don't hear, hopefully we hear back from you in less than 3 years. But I guess I'm just trying to find how do we explain to our residents what they're getting by having the economic development officer engaged in the region.
Through you, Your Worship. That's absolutely my intent is to come back, certainly not at the end of the term, but regularly throughout the term of this contract, because as a regional economic development officer, I am a resource for the various communities that are part of the area. And so the feedback that I get at the council level and when I'm out in the community is very valuable for determining our priorities. In terms of specific performance metrics, the grant agreement that we have with FedNorth spells out some specific measures related to the activities that the office undertakes. So, provide support to X many businesses, engage X many support organizations, and that's a good tool for tracking what we do, but it doesn't really give us a good sense, I think, of what you're looking for, which is what is the impact that we're having on the locality or on the area municipalities. So it's our intent to develop a fulsome performance measurement framework. We haven't done that work yet because we're still sort of determining what our priorities are going to be. But it is our intent that we're going to report back. We're going to have a fulsome performance measurement framework that looks at not just what we're doing, but what impact that's having on the broader economy. So if we set ourselves a goal that we are going to provide support to businesses in accessing grant funding, we'll be looking at the number of businesses that were actually able to successfully do that, but also what the spin-off impacts of that are. Is there new employment in the area? Do our businesses report greater confidence in doing business in West Parry Sound and knowing that there's support out there in the community, and tracking our efforts through a variety of different approaches will I think give us a more fulsome picture of what the impact that we're having on the area is.
Thank you, James. I guess just a follow up to Jason. How do we get the message out to our residents that James is, can be tapped? And I'm not asking for an answer now, Jason, but just something to think about how we can ensure that there is a coordinated, tap on the shoulder as services are needed. So just a food for thought. Thank you very much.
Noted. Thank you, Councillor Moffat.
Councillor Osborne. Councillor Osborne, you are muted.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, James. So looking at your experience, I see municipal government experience, including 8 years in economic development in 2 municipalities, as well as the professional development workshops. The last economic development officer we had before us at council, I asked him what he's done. What have you brought to West Parry Sound? Because the way I see it, having been a economic development chairman in another municipality, and we had a citizen committee with people that were reaching out, researching, trying to attract business. The main goal of an economic development officer is to go out and get new business to the area. That's the way I see the job. I know the previous economic development officer had established a database of all our businesses. That work's been done. I don't know that it needs to be repeated, but I'm a results-oriented person, and so I guess to get right down to the nitty-gritty, what's your experience in bringing economies or developing economies in the municipalities you've been into? Like, can you give me some examples of what you've been able to do in your past that has been major and had a major impact to the municipalities you work with?
Absolutely. Through you, Your Worship. So the 2 municipalities that you are referring to that I've worked in the past are the municipality of Leamington and the town of Goderich, where I managed both of their economic development departments in the past. And I think both of those experiences speak to some of the benefits that we can realize through economic development. So the municipality of Leamington, it's a community in southwestern Ontario. It's known for its agricultural production, and most notably these days, it's known for the preponderance of greenhouses that exist in the sector. There is well over 3,000 acres of greenhouses.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. A preponderance of what?
Greenhouses for vegetable growing.
Tomatoes, yes, thank you.
Tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, cannabis, yeah. And it's a multi-million-dollar industry now. And you can imagine some of the development pressures that are placed on the municipality as a result of this rapid growth. And so a key part of my job there was helping the specific developers and the specific business owners understand best how to navigate the development process to ensure that they were well informed about every step along the way, so that when they were planning their business expansions, that they could say with clarity and with reliability, we know that we can be up and running within 6 months in a sector in this area, so that it's not a case of, well, we think we're going to be up and running within 6 months, and then it's 12 months, and then 18. And that sort of outreach to the business community, being that point of contact with the business community, I think really helps improve a municipality's reputation as a place for doing business. So that's the sort of specific action in the past that I've been involved with. Now, of course, I will note that the needs of every area are going to be different. And that is certainly the case in West Parry Sound. You've got a mix of tourism supportive industries up here, sort of light industrial manufacturing industries at places like the industrial park at the airport. And so the support that we're going to be offering those specific areas, my intent certainly is to tailor that to what their needs are. And we're in the process of assessing that right now. I will say that you mentioned business attraction, and that's a very important part of it. But I see that business retention and expansion piece as being just as important as that as well. So not only trying to bring new business into the community, but working with our existing businesses to help them overcome the challenges or make the connections that they need to either grow or expand their business, or just ensure that they remain in the West Parry Sound area and that they know that they're supported locally.
Okay, just as a follow-up, if I may, Mayor. I understand the importance of retention, and we have some very vibrant business in the area that have been quite successful and have expanded. However, my focus is always on new business generation. And I'm not sure if that's your focus at this point, but I'm hopefully it will be. Tourism is managed through District 7, or 6 or 7 out of Muskoka for the area. I'm not sure that that's part of it may be part of the mandate, but not the major thrust of an EDO in this area, since we have a well-funded tourism sector in Muskoka. Anyway, thank you for your answers. Appreciate it.
Councillor Cole, and I'm going to ask people to keep it brief.
Okay, thank you, James. It's really good to have you on board. I'm delighted to meet you. I'm intrigued by your Leamington experience, and I don't know whether you're aware, but some of us on council are interested in the greenhouse industry establishing itself in this. And whether you're aware or not, heating greenhouses here with geothermal energy and or through lake water is one of the ways to be efficient, as well as solar energy. So I'm hoping that maybe we can connect at some point and see what can be done about establishing such businesses in this part of the world. Just so you know, there is a major greenhouse growing operation in Thunder Bay, much north of us, of course, and supplies a large area up there with the fresh produce all year. So it can be done. So we'll connect at some point. Thank you.
Absolutely. Great.
Councillor Collins.
Hello, James, and welcome to the District of Parry Sound. We look forward to working with you. I just would like to say that one of your roadblocks moving forward will be the housing issue. Yes. We don't have any houses for any of these new businesses, new business employees to move into. And that seems to be one of the biggest obstacles in our area is affordable housing. But having said that, I've been going to the southwestern part of Ontario for the last couple of years, especially in the Leamington area. And I know that there's quite a bit of cannabis in that area. Large operations, Alfrea for one, and we are open to that business opportunity if you have had any experience in that. I believe in Ward 4 right now, someone has asked for a license to establish a growing operation, and we're dealing with that at the present time. So welcome. You've got your work cut out for you for sure, especially pertaining to the housing. So I just have to say, welcome and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James, for your introduction. I think you're hearing a willingness from councillors to work with you and for you in any way we can. So collect all our business cards and our phone numbers and reach out whenever you can or need to. But thank you, and I understand you and your family surmounted the housing crisis, and we need more of that. So Councillor Collins is right, that it is, right now, it is a stumbling block, but we need to fix that together. I call on Michael Winia and Marissa from Skelton Broomwell to be our second delegation with a review of the official plan. You have their full report, and that from Director Stone, along with a new timeline. So I turn it over to you, Mr. Winia.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of the council. And the previous presentation is actually a good segue into this topic in terms of the issues that were touched upon there. They certainly ring a bell relative to the input we heard in terms of areas to focus on in the new official plan or the official plan update relative to economic development, housing choices, and so on. As Your Worship indicated, you have a full report before you. You have the document in terms of the scoped report. You have an executive summary and so on. And our time is brief, so I won't go through all of the details of the report. We did that with the steering committee, and it took quite a bit of time, but it was a very worthwhile effort in terms of getting some guidance there. What really I think we found in terms of doing this is that the exercise, there are a number of different policies areas that we're going to be focusing on. Some of those relate to updates to the official plan relative to new legislation, new policy, and so on. Those are kind of the standard things. Some of them relate to tweaking the policies. Clearly some policies work very well, but they're minor fixes that maybe could make them work even better and so on. But what really emerged were two primary themes through this. One being the protection of the environment and the character of the community, and determining those policies or looking at those policies to determine what worked, what didn't work, what could use some improvement, but certainly retaining an emphasis on the health of the environment and protecting what is valued in the community. And the other very strong theme, predominant theme, was the need to diversify and develop in terms of new economic and housing opportunities. There's really a clear need to look for opportunities, strengthen the policy areas, look at ways to improve the policy areas to facilitate new economic development, to facilitate housing that goes along with that, as per the previous discussion here. And those two areas are not mutually exclusive. They can work together. In fact, they enhance each other, ensuring that you have that you maintain the character of the community and have a healthy environment is critical to your economic development. Economic development and proper housing works in hand with the character of the community and the environment as well. So these are not mutually exclusive. They can both be achieved, and that's what we're going to be striving to do in terms of making the revisions to the official plan. Now, we received, as I say, quite a bit of input in terms of the document. But that input is continuing. Even the document itself has resulted in a considerable amount of additional input. And we're looking actually for council to provide some further input to the document. The document's really a starting point in terms of picking those key directions, identifying the priorities, looking at the issues. It's not a policy document in and of itself. It's giving us some guidance as to areas that need to be looked at, the direction generally we need to go with this. Our next focus is going to be on preparing the actual draft policies. And we're looking for some very robust public input and council input and committee input when it comes time to review those draft policies as well. But before we get to writing those draft policies, we need a little bit more input from council on the exercise we've done here in terms of scoping the policies. Let's just finalize that part of the process. It's an important part of the process. It's, as I say, it's helping us focus on those areas, but I don't want it to really be confused with the actual drafting of the policies. We're going to be taking this input and the input we continue to receive as we draft the policies. You're going to get a first set of policies, and that's going to go up from input and to enhance those policies even further in terms of input from the community, the committee, and council, and so on. So this is really a step in the process. It's an important step, but we should not be concerned that it's generating further comment. That's the actual goal of this, to get further comment, to get further input into the process. The one thing that was also mentioned in the staff report and as part of our report is that we had originally forecasted being at the draft policy stage in March. I think given where we are right now in terms of asking for some more input on the strategic policy directions, we've bumped that timeline. Now we're requesting that we move that to April to make sure we have sufficient time to look at all the comments received, to really take a good look at those policies and draft some initial policies, preliminary policies that can then go back to you for that more detailed input. So I wanted to keep the presentation fairly brief because we don't have a lot of time, and you do have the information in front of you, and we're looking for that input up until February 12th on this document. And I did want to leave some time for questions and responding to anything, any comments you may have at this point in time. Thank you.
Councillor Collins, you have your hand up. Do you have a question? No? Okay. Michael, I'd just like to take us back, all the way back to the awarding of your contract when this council asked, basically insisted on very, very robust community consultation. And I'm a little bit concerned, and looking at your timeline, that the next step is the drafting of policies. And I've had some pushback from members of the steering committee that they don't feel that there has been robust discussion. And I totally understand how tough it is under the COVID umbrella. But our last meeting basically was you people reorganizing all the comments we had received from various stakeholders. And now we have the discussion papers up there, and there are some people adding comments, but it's all happening in writing. There's no give and take. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity here to take each discussion paper, which is basically a topic, and invite our steering committee members to get engaged in what type of policy would go forward. Let's take housing, for instance. There could be changes to the official plan about land use. There could be changes to the official plan about type of construction. And unless we have that robust debate before you draft policies, I'm concerned that our steering committee and our community may not really feel that they've had input into the early parts of the discussion. And I understand you're asking for an extension of time, and I personally want the robust and in-depth community consultation, even if it's at the cost of a few weeks, because during COVID, we know that municipal affairs doesn't really want these things right now anyways. So could you help me understand how we could get more of the steering committee engaged before you put pen to paper with policies?
Well, relative to that, we did go through an exercise where we prepared those discussion papers, sought comment from the community, sought comment from the committee, sought comment from a wide range of people and so on, and that resulted in that scoped issues paper. What's happening now is something that I find that typically occurs. It's a lot easier to respond to something that's a proposal as opposed to a general question. So the discussion papers were put in such a fashion that people could provide input to a general question. In fact, they prompted questions. How do we do this? What do you think of this? Etc. My general feeling is that people react more so to something once you've actually produced something. So that's what we're seeing right now with the scoped issues paper. Scoped issues paper is out there, people are reacting to it. So the draft policy in one way is exactly that. It's a first draft and it's meant to elicit more input. So there's two ways we could go on this. We could go back with the direction papers and seek more input. And I guess really, I think not so much to the directions papers, but more to this scoped policy analysis, try to get more input on that. Or the other option is to say, listen, we're just going to draft some policy ideas and then have a discussion around those so that it's more constructive in terms of saying, well, this is what I like about the policies. This is what I don't like about the policies. The important messaging there will be that this is a first draft of policy. It's only meant to be something to react to, something to work with, something to adjust, as opposed to being more nebulous and open-ended. Here's something, how do we improve this? How do we make it work better? What do we change about it, etc. So there's really two different ways we could go there. And I guess the idea in terms of the original project was that we would go there by drafting the first set of policy documents and people react to those. We can take a step back and take this scoped issue paper out and go back to the community and say, here's the scoped issue paper, here's the input that's being received, here are some of the ideas. Can you react to this and give us some more ideas before we go to the policy document? That is going to extend the timeline somewhat, but as you say, the input from the community is what's important. You want the official plan to work for you. You want it to address all of these areas. So those are the two ways we can do it. One keeps a little bit closer to the timeline. The other one's going to extend it a bit because we're basically going to revamp the scoped issues, get some more input that way before we start putting pen to paper on the policy.
I guess I see some questions, but I guess I personally would prefer to see you back up and ask for community input, and particularly your steering committee input, in a verbal format, not written. So take one of the discussion paper topics, say that you're going to have a Zoom call or some sort of a roundtable on that topic, and invite those that are interested and want to comment on that issue. Some may want to be on the environmental roundtable and some might want to be on the housing table. And allow an open discussion which is recorded and taped that looks at opportunities before we get all the way to drafted policies. But I want community to have an opportunity to have input other than in writing long paragraphs. I want them to have an opportunity to talk about it with their colleagues and peers. Councillor Osborne, you have a comment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. All right. The last OPR review I attended was at I believe it was at the community hall, Humphrey Community Hall, hundreds of people in attendance. People up to the microphone more than once. Meridian, I think, ran that one. If I'm not mistaken. We can't do that unless we delay this whole thing into 22, which I don't think anyone has an appetite for. I get what the mayor's saying here, Michael, in that a lot of this has just been emails and briefs submitted by individuals from lake associations, people that are fondly interested in planning issues and the plan itself. Obviously, we can't have a big forum. You can't have a Zoom meeting with 200 people on it. The segregation of topics is a potential solution to that. But I think from what you said is this scoped policy is a springboard, Michael.
Yes,
it's
that's correct.
A springboard for, okay, here's what we've heard so far. Throw us your comments on what we've come up with. Am I getting the right take there?
Through your worship, yes, that's essentially what it is. Again, it's my experience that when you want to go out to the public for input, that it generally, we've done this exercise numerous times, and when we do these general discussion papers, these kind of scoped, open-ended questions, we get some input, but it's by the, if you pardon the phrase, the keeners, the people that are really motivated. Where we get a lot more input is once we put something out there as a draft, because then people look at it and say, wait a minute, I don't agree with that, or wait a minute, that's a good idea, I want to support that. They have something more to react to than a kind of an open-ended, nebulous sort of concept.
Right. So I agree with that concept, especially given this COVID situation, because you don't have an open forum in a big hall where people can come and discuss this back and forth in an open discussion. So we've got to work around that. Now, one thing I think is important here, and Jason will will probably want to tag onto this is the fact that if we go through an exercise like this and we want to engage people, we need to communicate. I'll bet you there's ratepayers out there don't even know this review is happening. Not everybody visits our website. It's pretty boring. And when I say boring, as websites go, it's good, but websites are fundamentally boring places to visit, hard to navigate. So the communication has to be something other than just putting stuff on the website for the odd person that happens to check in. It's got to be a communication device that goes out to all ratepayers in the tax bill, newsletter, whatever, or a specialized release to all residents as to what's happening, why it's happening, and the fact we want their input. We have to reach out. And if we don't, we're not going to get a great consensus, given the fact we can't get together. That's my take on it. And I think I'd like to hear from Jason on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Osborne, you're getting to know me very well. I'm a big proponent of engaging our residents in a meaningful way, and I would be supportive of some innovative and creative ways of making sure we get proper and full engagement on such an important initiative such as an OPRI review. So you're getting to know me very well. Thank you, sir.
Councillor Fellner, you have a comment. You need to unmute, Councillor Fellner.
The death of me, this mute thing. Michael, this policy issue scoping document was what created out of a direct result of the input from the steering committee. Is that correct? Is that basically where it came from?
Through Your Worship, it was actually a number of different things. It was all the public input we received to date. It was the ministry's input, and it was the steering committee input. It's all of the sources that were utilized for this.
Okay, so to the mayor's earlier point, the steering committee hasn't had a call where they've all been engaged to speak about this document.
Today.
Not a discussion. I got to tell you, I've gotten some calls from some of the steering committee people, and I'm going to tell you, they feel disconnected from the process. And you know, I couldn't explain to them why, because I didn't know. So but I'm telling you, you know, I think it's very important that you get the steering committee in its entirety on a call, as the mayor suggested, to review this document. You know, where they can each individual.
Through Your Worship, we did do that. We had a meeting specifically on this matter.
Well, I don't know what the miss is, but
Michael, I'm gonna interrupt a little bit. That your meeting was reading to us the slides as the public comments were organized into their topic areas. But now that you have the discussion papers up there, there are lots of legitimate questions and various ways to go at each type of solution. And your steering committee has been calling me, and obviously calling Councillor Fellner too, saying, we want to be able to discuss this. I don't want to use the word debate because it becomes confrontational. They want to discuss what types of opportunities or solutions are out there to the problems that have been put forward. And again, I don't think we can do the whole thing in one Zoom meeting. Maybe we have to divvy it up by topic or divvy it up by roundtable. But people want to discuss it. And I personally am prepared to push the timetable back to ensure that the community consultation is robust, meaningful, and that they are driving the process.
Yeah, exactly, and I couldn't agree with the mayor more on this point. That I think, you know, we got to make sure we get this right. You know, we've only got one sort of kick at the cat. And myself, I mean, as council, I mean, I want the opportunity to review the document and discuss it as well. I mean, it's the people's document, but it's council's document as well. And you know, for me to print out your report, no disrespect, and read it and give you my comment back in a week or something, that doesn't really mean that much to me.
Well, through your worship, we were given a 10-minute opportunity to present the document for council input.
Okay.
I definitely appreciate a longer opportunity to talk to council about all of these ideas. We were offered a delegation in this format to bring the document forward.
Yeah, right. Because, one of the things, going back to the RFP process, Michael, I mean, one of the things that impressed me the most, was some of the ideas that you had, and, how you deal with certain things. And maybe there's a different way of dealing with it and bringing your expertise. And I really want to hear that, in a discussion. So I don't know how we do that, Madam Mayor, whether we schedule another meeting, a special meeting, but this is an important part of our.
What I would like to suggest is that we hand it back to Michael. The document that you've got in today's package is not the discussion paper document that I think you folks would feel more comfortable commenting on. So I'm not sure. I'd have to ask Marissa and Michael whether councillors who are not members of the steering committee have a way to sign into those discussion papers. I don't know that, but they should have, and answer the questions. But again, that's in writing. Let's set up some forum for discussion with council and with the public and with the steering committee.
Yes.
But I would really encourage councillors, maybe through Skelton Bromwell, to figure out a way to get into the discussion paper stuff. That is not in today's presentation to council. It's on the Skelton Bromwell website.
Yes, through your worship, the discussion papers were prior to the scoped issues report. They were intended to generate discussion to the scoped issues report, and they are available. You can sign in, comment on the website, and so on. But I think it would behoove us, given the comments that have been generated this evening, for us to talk to staff about how we can step back, perhaps organize some sort of working session with council to go through the various discussion papers, and then do a similar working session with the steering committee, and then either produce another scoped version of this study or proceed to the draft policies. I'm not sure if it'd be good to repeat this exercise. This has already given us some input. This is already giving us some comments. We can go back to the discussion papers and the combination of this, get some more direction from the steering committee and council. In terms of generating public input, we have a dedicated website, we have the forum and so on, but you have to get the news out to people. And that's much harder to do, obviously, in time of COVID, because people are much more isolated. But I think there was mention of putting it into materials that the township circulates anyway, et cetera.
Okay, well, I think I've got a couple other comments, but I think those are all good suggestions. And in fairness, the OP review has been in my newsletter and several other councillor newsletters since, well, early spring. It's in a lot of places other than the website. Councillor Collins, you have a comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Michael, hello.
Hi.
I understand exactly what you're trying to do here. And I have to agree with what our CAO said about innovative ways to proceed. And Councillor Osborne's comment, a springboard. You've already taken the information from people on the steering committee, and they would have got their information from the public at this point in time. So you need, in order to proceed further, you're asking that you need a scope policy to draft. From the scope policy, you need to put a draft together. And when this policy comes together with this draft, you are saying that there's going to be further discussion on this, because now there's something there that you can discuss because you've put it all into a policy, but it's only a draft. So in order to move forward, this is how I'm getting it. This is exactly how you want to move forward. And the only person that I think that could answer that question further as a counselor would be Counselor Moffat, because he's on the steering committee, and he would know better if this is should proceed.
Through your worship, if I could just address that. In terms of the comments we've been receiving since we produced this document, a lot of those seem to be comments about about wanting to address the policies, the actual policies that are being developed. So the scoping report was saying we need to look at lake capacity, for example. It wasn't saying what the policy is going to be or where we were going to go with it. Just that it's an important topic. We need to look at it. A lot of the comments that were being generated were, well, we need to do it this way, or we need to do it this way. That's why, in one way, it's almost like we have to have some sort of policy there that people can react to. Because if we're just going to end up saying again, lake capacity is an important issue, we need to look at it. We already know that. We need to get towards what we want to do about it.
Yes, exactly.
Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, you're right. You can't start with an empty vessel. You got to have water in the vessel to drink. So I would agree with Councilor Felder in that once this policy is widely available, and I don't know how Jason intends to make that available to the public. It could be an abbreviated, encapsulated summary even to hit the key points with the public. It doesn't have to be the whole presentation. But I agree with Councilor Felder that have a special meeting just on this draft policy so that you've got the total input from council, and it would be somewhat of a debate. So that you know where we sit. And then you've got to, again, like was mentioned, have the steering committee come together and get that finite. But in the meantime, you can't move forward, like you said, with lake capacity. I look at it there, and I think right away of lakes under 40 acres excluded from our carrying capacity. It's not there. And it's because maybe it hasn't been pointed out by somebody. And it's not a policy, it's just saying we got to look at it. But we have to further define it. We can't do this, finalize this with maybe nice to have, but not sure what. It has to be finite. So I think that, again, based on what Councillor Fellner said, special meeting of council, special meeting of the steering committee, come to some sort of detailed conclusions, and then move on from there. That's all I have to say.
Councillor Cole.
My comment is not on this. We're having a huge feedback issue. We need to correct the feedback issue.
Oh, on technical?
After this.
Yeah, that's in your chambers, Mayor.
Oh, okay.
You got some volume up.
Okay, what the clerk has said that we will correct it after this delegation. Councillor Moffat, do you have anything to add, just because of Councillor Moffat and Councillor Finson are both on the steering committee with me and others. Do you have anything to add?
No, I'm just receiving real-time emails from people saying, maybe step back a little bit, but let's make sure that if we do step back, let's make sure we have a right path forward. So we're not just floundering in the water.
10 minutes doesn't do it, Mayor.
So I'm going to hand it back to you, Michael, to come back through staff with a recommendation of some next steps to get real discussion going on each and every topic. And I would encourage counselors to look at the discussion paper part of the Skelton Bromwell website that asks specific questions on each topic, which is our thought starters. So we'll leave it with Michael. So what do you want to do? Do you want to turn this off?
Well, we can only try what we've done before, is shut this off and dial back in.
Okay, we're gonna take a, I hope.
It doesn't affect them, we'll just,
Yeah, we're gonna turn off the telephone here and try and turn it back on, and then we'll test it again. This has worked in the past.
I think the echo's gone. Oh, still there.
Go ahead.
Check.
Seguin Council Chambers?
Join the meeting.
Check 1, 2. Hello? Can't read your lips, Mayor.
How's that for feedback?
Perfect.
Is it better?
Good now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and was the feedback coming from everybody that spoke from council chambers?
No.
As
No
we,
feedback from you, just feedback from all the other, like from Rod.
Okay.
as we spoke, we could hear our echo.
Okay, so it's better now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Winia. We'll look to you to work with staff to come back with some recommendations, and I think you should feel free to reach out to Director Stone and to CAO Jason Inwood for some direction on that. So the next delegation, we have 2 people planning to speak to us concerning the Rose Point Recreational Trail. I don't see David Aylesworth here. Linda, do you know if David is planning to join us?
No, I don't know that. I didn't think he was.
Oh, he was. So do you mind going first?
No, I'm good with that.
Okay, so Linda West, as all of you probably know, is the recipient of the Parry Sound Person of the Year Award and also the president of the Rotary Club of Parry Sound. And she and her team delivered big-time groceries and saved an awful lot of people through COVID. So thank you, Linda, for all you do. And we also truly appreciate the partnership with the Rotary on the Rose Point Trail. So please go ahead and tell us what you'd like us to know about Rotary's participation.
Well, good evening, Mayor McDermott and Council. I would like to take a moment to introduce Phil Black. He's currently our treasurer. However, back in 2015, when the Memorandum of Understanding was signed, he was our president. So he might be very helpful in answering any questions you have. And I would like to thank Seguin Township for all of its support over the years, especially in this past year. Your financial support, your IT support, the support the fire department gave us in delivering groceries and meals has been much appreciated. And I should also point out that several of the Seguin's residents turn up regularly in early mornings to shop for groceries for those who are at risk or those who are quarantined. The Rotary Club of Parry Sound has very much enjoyed our partnership in developing the Rose Point Trail and its numerous features such as the benches, the river bend, and the outlook. We were hoping to see the trail added to in 2017. However, we understand that a delay was required. We are suggesting that the Carrington Colonization Trail should go forward this year. Trails have been the responsible way to get exercise and recreation during the pandemic. Hiking and biking and snowshoeing and skiing have all surged. And according to Global News, 95% of Canadians said that the trails were their way to enhance their mental health and well-being. When the pandemic is over, and it will be over someday, I hope, this newfound love for trails is not likely to disappear. And a new trail to explore will not only improve the health of our year-round and summer residents, but will also help to attract tourists to the area. The Colonization Road is already well supported. This trail is already well supported in planning documents and minutes from park to park and many municipalities. Seguin's own planning document states that the Park to Park Trail is a regional initiative to create an east-west link connecting Kilbear Park to Algonquin Park. This 230-kilometer length of trail is a destination for all trail enthusiasts. The Colonization Road is a key component of that plan, and that is why the Seguin Township and the Rotary Club of Parry Sound agreed that it should go forward in 2015, and thus the Memorandum of Understanding. According to Ontario Trails Council, there are numerous ways to support trail development, including grants from government departments and the Trillium Foundation. The Rotary would love to continue to work with Seguin to apply for grants that would support the Active Transportation Master Plan and perhaps other initiatives of common interest. We do believe that the master plan is important. We also believe that the money should not be taken from a previously planned capital project to pay for it. I am reminded that Paul Harris, our founder, stated in 1914, "Whatever Rotary may mean to us, to the world we will be known by the results it achieves." This is no less true for a township. I would like to encourage the Township of Seguin to complete the planned development of the Carrington Colonization Trail so that we can all enjoy it. We would like to thank you for your time this evening and would gladly take any questions.
Thank you very much, Linda. You shed some important light on it. I'd like to ask, while it's later in our agenda, the issue, I'd like to ask the CAO to speak a little bit to just an overview of what the staff recommendation is, and then we'll take questions.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. Linda, nice to see you face. I had the chance to speak with Linda on the phone just the other day, and it's always nice to meet folks for the first time. The recommendation as outlined in the staff report seeks council's direction on postponing the extension works of the Carrington Colonization Road and repurposing the funding that was once approved back in 2017 to undertake a comprehensive active transportation master plan. I'll answer all kinds of questions as council sees fit, but the highest level, that is the intent of this report, and that is why it is before council tonight.
Okay. Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question about, we had some comments, some objections received from 6 or 7 residents in the Colonization Road area to do with access. I know very little about those objections, but I think it's important that all council is aware of that predicament, or I don't know if it's been resolved or unresolved or what, but if I could get some input.
I will ask either the clerk to reply to those, because he's been the recipient of those. And they are in your package.
They're behind the report, Mayor?
Yes, they're all in this package.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, they are scheduled in the package. There's, I believe, 5 of them.
I see it, yeah.
Yeah, of those 5, there there's two people surnamed Brown. I can't locate their properties. They might be on an Ontario incorporated company. Two of them do not abut this part of the colonization road. They're actually south of the Rose Point Recreational Trail. So there are two that might be questionable. In answer to your question, normally with this process, what would happen is we would go through the public process. We did an initial one. That's how we got these comments. Then we would come to council, say these are objections, and ask council how you want to proceed. Do you want to look at legal review and see what the options are? So at this point, if council was proceeding with the extension, that would be what staff would recommend, is that we get a legal opinion on these objections and what the options are for council.
Okay, one more question on that note. So therefore, these objections, as I understand it, would hamper access to properties if we were to proceed with the trail. Is that correct, Craig?
That is the claim by all of the objections received, yeah.
Okay, and one more question. Is this extension just another loop in an already existing trail? It's an alternate loop? There's no map in here that I can find, but.
Essentially, that's true. The Rose Point Recreational Trail currently goes from Glen Burnie Road at Rose Point Road out to, I'll say, Osler Park Drive.
Right.
This is an alternate off the trail that goes to Rose Point Road, so it would as well access from Rose Point Road in a different spot. Rose Point Road, on the entire length, when it was reconstructed, was provided with that shoulder width.
Likely.
Yes.
As was Emily Street and Perry Sound, where they connect to Rose Point Road. So yes, there is that extra width that would go from the current Rose Point Trail intersection at Glen Burnie down to Emily Street and through to Champagne Street, which connects to the Rotary Algonquin Regiment Fitness Trail. So yes, there is a connection there right now. What this looks at is a more scenic connection. In other words, off the street. And this would be one part of that.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Cole, I believe this is in your ward.
It is, yes. And we've been talking about hashing this back and forth for a while. And I think, Craig, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the access that the residents are asking for is ATV access, not vehicular access. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
No?
They're claiming it as access to their property. Keep in mind the history. Seguin Township has never, since 1998, done any sort of maintenance or upkeep on the Carrington Colonization Road.
Right.
To the best of my knowledge, Foley Township for several decades before that has not done any upkeep as well. So there are some comments about they have driven this road. We know that at least for the last 3 years that's not true because the Boyne River crossing was out. And some of those properties are beyond that. Like I say, there are potentially two, I believe, that would be north of that may, if that access was taken away, may not have a public access.
So my other question is, I was wondering what the Rotary Club's position is relative to the objections.
You want to speak to that, Phil?
Phil?
Want me to tackle it? Yeah, basically, we're dealing with a lot of people who want to use it and have used the trail. These people that are objecting are quite in a minority, but we must respect their wishes. But they have traveled that route by ATV for many years. I don't see why they can't continue on that basis. In other words, we're looking at a compromise, but let's not spoil it for the many people who want to enjoy it. It's a very scenic trail. I also think that right now it's particularly important, so any delays would be against what we really need in this pandemic time. Mental health is very important. I think one of the very few activities that can be undertaken at this time is walking. And to deprive that of our citizens in this larger constituency would be a shame. And that's our view. By the way, we have a 7th Avenue of service at Rotary, which is the environment. And this is why we have an emphasis on this as well.
I guess then my next question is, do you see that the pedestrian use of this trail and ATV use are compatible in terms of these people accessing their properties?
Well, Lindy, do you want to tackle that, or?
I don't see any problem. We live with ATVs and snow machines on the Rose Point Trail quite compatibly. And I can tell you as a regular walker of the trail that people are excited to get more trails. There's a huge advantage to the trail as being proposed, because eventually it could connect there's beyond Champagne Road, there's another trail that could be developed, and then you could have a whole hike from that would start at, say, the town beach all the way through to the end, right? And that would be completely away from roads, and or bike or whatever way you want to do your transportation, your active trans. I'm much more into active transportation, but it could be by a four-wheeler or a skidoo. And frankly, the skidoos are what keeps the trails open all winter too.
Yes,
so
yes.
we gotta coexist.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fellner.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think that what we're dealing with, we have 3 issues here. And they're all sort of equally important. The first issue is we need to get a recreational trail built on the old Carrington Road allowance. That's important. It needs to go ahead, and it needs to go ahead as soon as it can. But on the other hand, we've got some legal issues that perhaps are going to prevent us from, doing this properly. And I just question the wisdom of trying to force something through before all the I's are dotted and the T's crossed, because it's better to know on the front end exactly what you're going to have to deal with on your trail than 2 years after it's built. And the third issue is Seguin is desperately in need of what our CAO is proposing. The trails, in my opinion, the trail system in this township is one of the most significant assets we own. And generally they've been neglected, and it needs to change. And to your point, Linda, there's other opportunities in the township to build new trails and connect loops and build a wonderful trail system. And I think that collectively we need to be able to figure out, well, what's the best way of doing it. And I know the Carrington Colonization Road, because like I'm an old time snowmobiler. I mean, that was an old time way to get into Perry Sound before some of this stuff was, get off the Seguin Trail and boot down there, and then you get close to the bay. And it's a great trail, but I think we've got to resolve these issues. They're not going away. Whether these people are entitled to use ATVs on the trail for transit purposes, or whether they're going to push it and say, well, I want to build and I want to bring in, a castle building truck down this thing. Well, you really wouldn't like that after we put 60 or 70 grand into the thing, making a nice trail. So that's my kind of take on it. This thing needs to go ahead. I mean, it does. And to your point, and the money's been approved, and the money will, in my book, it stays, but we got to dot our I's, cross our T's, and our CAO has got to, get some time to get a plan together, so we know where we're going.
The master plan, I take your point, but the master plan will not resolve your legal issues. The legal issues will only get resolved as Craig said, by going out for a legal opinion. And that, so there really are two different issues from our point of view, or from my point of view, is that, you know, this trail has been long planned and is part of a lot of planning, both in Seguin and out of Seguin. Anyhow, that's kind of my point.
I don't think we're disagreeing there. I'm basically saying we need to, you know, we need to get this legal opinion right away. I mean, you know, these letters are sort of snuck up onto the council table 2 or 3 times in recent memory to me, and I've never really understood the full sort of what it is, but I think we got to get a finite answer, is my opinion. You know?
We have 2 more hands up. So I'm going to ask for Councillor Moffat and Councillor Collins to speak to it, then I'm going to try and summarize. So Councillor Moffat, you go first.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I personally, similar to what we just talked about with the planning proposal, we need to step back and get all the I's dotted and the T's crossed and have our plan in place and our process in place before we move forward with just laying the pavement, you know, in a sense, down this road. This 60,000, if we go out for legal, could be utilized, you know, 10,000 delays and everything else. So I think if we don't have a proper plan, we don't have a proper process, I think that we're just, you know, wasting money to get it done and try to push it through without stepping back and looking at it properly. So I'm sort of in agreement with everyone, but I just think that we need to, instead of run it, I think we need to step back, and I'm in agreement with what Jason has put forward. Thank you.
Councillor Collins, last word on the issue.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I happen to agree with Councillor Moffat. There's legal issues, planning issues. At this present time, I think it's just still at its infinite stage. We're just talking about it right now. So I think that we should take our CAO's suggestion and postpone and see about forming an active transportation master plan before moving forward. $60,000 is a considerable amount of money. So I think it would be prudent for us to not put the cart ahead of the horse right now and look into the legalities before we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I believe that we've all said that trails and a trail strategy are vital pieces of our assets and our infrastructure. And no one is saying that this will not proceed, to Linda and Phil. We are asking for a pause. I would like to have council possibly direct the clerk to get busy on the legality part at the same time as we're starting to look at an overall trail strategy or active transportation strategy. And although the motion I'm about to read talks about repurposing the 60,000, I do not believe that it will not go ahead because of money at a future date. It will go ahead when it's strategically right and we have all the legal ducks in a row, because we all look at the value of trails, both from a health point of view, but it's an economic engine for our area. So again, I want to thank the Rotary for their passion, their money, their leadership, and everything. And we will not let this drop. Trails are important, and our CAO has grabbed that, whether we call it an active transportation plan or a trail strategy, we need one. So I'm going to read a motion here that council postpones the proposed extension of the Rose Point Recreational Trail along the former Carrington Colonization Road to Rose Point Road, and that council approves the repurposing of the $60,000 approved in 2017 and carried forward in subsequent capital budgets for this proposed trail extension project to be used to fund a comprehensive active transportation master plan for the township. Could I also add to this, and that the legal issues be investigated at immediately. Investigated and resolved. Could I add that to this?
Yes. Yeah, I move it.
Okay, just a second. CAO would like to add something.
If I can, Your Worship, I would suggest to you that between the clerk and myself, we will certainly undertake actions related to the legal issues immediately. There's nothing prohibiting us from that, and frankly, any funding requirements we would use the $60,000 to deal with the legal issues and at the same time undertake the active transportation master plan. And I don't mind sharing, if I can, just before council considers that, you know, as a new resident to the community, but a longtime partner working with the Rotary in my former employer, I'm happy to share that I've had some pretty extensive success. I've shared a bit of this with Linda, and I look forward to working with the Rotary Club to advance partnership opportunities for grant submissions, and whether it be this trail or any other trails or any other initiatives, you know, I want the Rotary to know that I am here standing behind you to support you, to work with you, as is the rest of the administration.
Very good.
Great. Do I need to add that to the resolution? Or will you guys just do the legal?
I would take that as direction, just with clarification for all of council, because I think I heard some confusion. The objections have nothing to do with a trail. Those are property accessed by road. So it's not a compromise they're looking for where they can drive an ATV. They're saying, do not close the road, that's their legal access. So there isn't an in-between. The purpose of closing a road is so we can do maintenance and upgrade it without it being a road. If you do the maintenance and upgrade before you close it, it's a road. So just to clarify for council, it's not a combination, it's one or the other.
Okay, but if you're comfortable, council will give you direction to look into it and resolve the legal issues. So we have the motion on the table as I read it, without the addition. Could I have a motion from Councillor Fellner?
So move.
You, and seconded by Councillor Moffat.
I'll second that, Mayor. Thank you.
All in favor of the postponement? Thank you, and that's carried. And Linda, it is postponed. It is not canceled, I promise.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you.
Very
Thank
good.
you for your time and your caring and your leadership.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
I have a motion on the table that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby receive the staff report as presented on the agenda and addendum for the February 1st, 2021 meeting of Council. So you have your staff reports in your agenda, and you received this addendum, which added a few. So could I have a motion from Councillor Collins?
Yes, Mayor, I move that motion.
Thank you, and seconded by Councillor Vincent.
I second that.
All in favor of receiving?
Question, Mayor, question. Is this a change in the staff reports reported?
No,
I don't.
it's item 8. And
Yes, I see item 8. Yes.
Item 8, and in addition to what is on your agenda, there is an addendum item about.
Where do I find the addendum? Was there an addendum for this meeting sent out?
Yes, it was emailed to you about noon today.
Oh, okay. I didn't open that, I guess. All right. So we're not going to have them on our main agenda. They'll be separated from now on.
The addendum comes in usually the day of the meeting.
No, my point is, normally the staff reports are shown on the main agenda. Is that a change?
No, they're all there today, except for one, which was added on the addendum. All the staff reports are in the full agenda.
Well, I'm looking at, okay, I'm looking at item 8. Okay, there's 2 or 3, there's 4 items in under 8, right? A, B, C, D? And you said
We've added an E.
there was a 5th one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My bad.
Okay, the first, I will turn it over to Steve.
No, that's fine.
That's you. Okay, the clerk will talk to us about item 8A.
This is the final step for council on a request to purchase property made by a ratepayer out on Rose Point Road near the Swing Bridge, Bridgeview Trail. This was before council previously. Council approved to proceed with it, and this is now the bylaw to actually execute the documents. It also includes the appraisal for the property, so the amount that would be paid by the purchaser.
And I'm correct, all costs are at the purchasers.
Yes.
Yeah. So could I have a motion from, we have a question from Councillor Moffat.
I just had a really quick question, but we can do it after the motion's tabled, Mayor. It's really up to
Can
you.
you make the motion, Councillor Moffat?
Absolutely. I so move.
And could we have a seconder from Councillor Coles? Thank you.
I'll second that. Yeah.
Okay, question, Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, I was just wondering, there was mention about a streetlight encroachment. And I didn't see any sort of resolution or reference to that it was resolved, but I'm presuming it has been. And I don't know if this is you, Craig or Peter. I'm not sure.
Craig.
You're correct, Councillor Moffat. There was a street light. It has been determined that that actually is owned by this person and encroaches on what is currently the township land, which is part of what he would purchase.
Okay, so it'll get resolved as this gets resolved. Thank you.
Yes.
All in favor of the motion on the table? Thank you. Did he put the stoplight or the street light up himself?
It might have been a previous one.
Okay, okay, now we're moving into the grants and the donations. The first grants appear on page 155, and it's a report from our CFO. These are grants that are I may not sure ongoing is the right word, but repetitive. So Michelle, do you want to talk to them a little bit?
Yeah, these are our board and commission grants. So we've got the library grant and the airport grant. We also have the Park to Park Rose Point Trail Maintenance Agreement and a few of the other organizations that have individual line items. Some that we have received a request for this year, some that we have not received a request yet. So because these aren't in departmental budgets, they have to be passed separately so that we can process the payments.
Just a question, Michelle. If we never get a request, say CBDC or Chamber of Commerce, do we just not pay anything?
That's generally hasn't happened. Usually what happens is when they see this report that they haven't submitted a letter, we get a letter the next week. So.
Councillor Cole.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, in the case of the Chamber of Commerce, as you're aware, I think their organization has been in somewhat chaos, losing their president, vice president, and their executive secretary. So they are back in shape, and I think the organization will be better off the coming year than it's been in a couple. So if you want, I can have them send a request, but I know that they still.
Probably a good idea to remind them that a request would be appropriate.
Well, I know that last year we paid for it. We'd sent them the money, they didn't know where to find it, so I don't know.
Councillor Moffat.
So just on that, do we not have the December 1st cutoff with regards to these? Or
No.
No. That is the next one.
That's correct. That's the donations. These are
yes. Okay.
Yes.
So with respect to timing of payment, once we pass this resolution, Michelle, are you cutting the checks?
Yes.
So
generally we do. So that's why we have pulled out in the past, for example, the Park to Park grant, not the maintenance agreement, but the grant, because often council has wanted to wait for certain things. So if there's any of these that you don't want to get paid, I would suggest you pull it out, put it in a separate resolution.
So there is, the West Prairie Sound District Museum is currently closed. It's closed until the end of March at the earliest. We are reevaluating our operations as we know more from COVID. We do not have an immediate need for cash. We have scheduled the payment to come from Seguin in June in our budget. So my preference would be is to pull that out, because it's not going to, we have enough to cover our payroll and everything else right now, and based on our timelines and such. So my preference would be is to pull that out from here. I'm not approving it, but just in terms of timing of payment, to push it out until May, unless there's an immediate need.
If
So,
you do approve it, I can hold off on issuing that one.
okay. That's why I just want to make sure that, like, I don't want there's no point of the check going out tomorrow, because it's not going to do anything with the museum in the current, like, we're fine financially, and we're closed at the moment. So, that's all. Okay, perfect.
I can hold
Thank you.
on.
Comfortable with that. I just want to check with the clerk. If I was to just write to be issued in May on the line, but put the amount that we're approving?
I would just put the amount, and if there's direction to Michelle,
Okay.
Leave it with Michelle, because normally I would say don't do what you're doing in case it gets missed, which is quite easy to happen by May or June. If you're going to pay it. But if Michelle has a way to track that.
Okay, great. Councillor Felder.
Oh, sorry,
so
Mayor.
that's,
I just had a follow-up. In terms of the Stocky Center, I think there's always been a bit of tension between the municipalities and sort of, what we're getting. Is this, like, I know the museum brings forward with an audited financial statements. Are we still struggling with trying to get any financial reporting or whatever with regards to the Stocky Center, such that, this is, they've asked for 10, we're giving 10, and that's all it is again this year?
The Stocky Center is part of the town of Perry Sound.
Right.
So it is very difficult to try to get specific, separate financial information. We do get the town's audited financial statements. That's what we asked for. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councillor Felder.
Thank you, Mayor. So Michelle, it brings us to Park to Park.
It does, yes.
Where following Councillor Moffat's sort of initiative, I think I want to have it approved, but withheld until we resolve some ongoing issues.
The Park to Park grant has generally been done on a separate resolution.
Okay.
So I think based on the feedback I've been getting from councillors is perhaps it should be deferred.
Okay.
The maintenance agreement itself is an actual agreement. We can
Right.
only terminate it with, I believe it's 6 months notice on either side.
Okay.
So that it's a separate issue, but if you want to just hold the 20,000 back, I would just defer that particular resolution.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
in fact, we do have a separate resolution. We have a separate resolution for them.
Mm-hmm.
So
Do
the
we?
resolution
Okay.
I got, it does not include Park to Park right now.
Thank you.
Councillor Collins.
yes, Park to Park again, the maintenance, the 7910, are we going to add that to the 60K for Rose Point Road?
No, that's a
Trail?
separate, no, that's a separate line in the budget, in the operating budget. The 60,000 is in the capital budget.
But it's all part and parcel of the same thing, right?
Different budget.
Separate budgets. Craig can speak to the maintenance agreement more than I can.
Okay, please. Thank you. Thanks, Michelle. Craig?
The maintenance agreement has nothing to do with I'll say the donation or discretionary grant that council gives to Park. The maintenance agreement is an agreement between Seguin Township and Park to Park for maintenance on the Rose Point Recreational Trail. That is a 4-year contract, I believe it is. It comes due the end of this year. It does have a 6-month potential for either party to terminate it, as I believe Michelle mentioned just earlier. So it is separate from your grant donation program.
Okay, so that is separate from the 20K
Mhm.
and the Rose Point Trail.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's okay, so there's three of them. All right, thanks.
Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Mayor. Michelle, in 2020, we didn't give Park to Park cash, right? We gave them in lieu services.
Actually, we have set aside that 20,000 in kind. It
Yes.
hasn't been spent yet.
Well, there's nothing to send, is there? Isn't it? When you say in kind, isn't that for labor?
Well, not necessarily labor. It could be gravel. It could be all kinds of things, but it has been set aside.
It's not cash.
No, we're not giving them cash. No.
Okay. So the 20,000 being considered for the 21 year, would it be cash or once again in kind?
Whatever council directs.
Okay, to be determined.
To be determined, yes.
Fine. Secondly, Stocky Center, you mentioned it's under the control of the town of Parry Sound.
Mhm.
You do have access to financials. So you would therefore know what their deficit is on Stocky. That's a line item in their budget.
No, it's buried in the town's financials.
Oh, that's convenient.
Well, it's like our arena, really.
Ah. Does anyone at the town of Parry Sound know how much they're losing, regardless of how it's buried?
You
Somebody
would
must
ask
know.
them.
No, what I'm suggesting is that, we should always monitor their stats on that
Mhm.
that building. And rather than just have an annual fee that stays the same, I mean, their revenue may be up and down, their deficits may be up and down. So there should be some way that we can track where they are and what they need. That's all I'm suggesting.
This is an amount that's actually requested by the town. It's not a number that we come up with. They actually request this amount.
So we do an up or down on it. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Moffat has his hand up, but I just want to point out for Councillor Collins that if you look on your in your agenda package, there is an asterisk beside the Park to Park money that says in kind. So that's all it will be. Councillor Moffat?
Asterisk.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, that's under 2020, so we need the same asterisks under 2021. I'm just wondering, the maintenance agreement between Park to Park and Rose Point has been raised. I'm wondering if Councillor Collins could go back to his committee and, evaluate it or make some sort of recommendation or whatever to council from that committee on what to do about that agreement, given that it is, I believe, closing or ending this year, and or whether other steps need to be done. That was my first comment. So
I think you mean Councillor Fellner.
No, Coles.
He means Coles.
Oh, Coles.
Collins.
Councillor Coles is on the Rose Point.
You said
Councillor
Collins.
Coles is on the
Yeah,
Rose
you
Point
said
Trail
Collins.
Committee.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I would
Councillor
defer
Coles,
that to
it's
Craig.
worth looking at, I think, is what Councillor Moffat, let's find out when that 6-month window is.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll defer that question to Craig. He's got the agreement.
But is it possible your committee can look at it once you
Yeah.
have the information?
Sure, yeah, we can put that on our
Okay.
agenda for the next, but our meeting is not for a while, right, Craig?
That's correct, and the committee does in the year where it's coming due review it. But really, this is going to go back to staff. This is not a committee level thing.
Okay.
If you're talking about taking it over in-house, that's a staff discussion, not the committee discussion.
Okay.
So, yes, you will hear from the committee, but you'll probably also hear from staff.
Okay. And I just had sorry, Mayor, I just had a follow-up in terms of the ice cap. Again, what I'd like to be able to do is circle back with our team on ice cap, and just to make sure that, again, we've did a bit of a slow 2021. We've had Ben John has left Georgian Bay Biosphere, which was one of the key members. We're sort of working through things, and as a result of COVID, we're probably having a little bit of a slow ramp up in terms of activities. And not saying we're not doing them, but I just would like to circle back in terms of whether the money is needed immediately, or whether the money could be delayed or whatever, a month or something. And I'd like just to gather that information and then circle back with Michelle on it, if that's okay.
Okay, that's fine, just keep her posted. Councillor Collins, do you still
Thank
have
you.
a comment? Okay, I have a motion on the table that Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby approve the following 2021 discretionary grants. And unless I hear differently, I will put in the amounts that Michelle has written. So for the Chamber of Commerce, that would be $5,330. For CBDC, it would be $4,000. For the museum, it would be $17,500. For the Stocky Center, it would be $10,000. And for ice caps, it would be $14,500. Could I have a motion from Councillor Fellner?
So moved.
And seconded by Councillor Osborne?
Yes, seconded, and we're going to add an asterisk beside 20,000 for 2021 budget, correct?
We haven't got to that motion yet. That's a separate motion.
Oh, sorry. Second for the balance.
All in favor? Thank you. So now we get to Parks motion. That the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby approve the following 2021 discretionary grant to Park trails, and I would put in the 20,000 with an asterisk saying it will be given as a donation in kind. So could I have a motion to that effect from Councillor Fellner?
So moved.
And a seconder from Councillor Finson?
I second that.
All in favor? Thank you. Okay, this is the next report, which is on page 158 of your agenda package. And this is our donations, which are the requests that are received by December 1st. And you can see the list. I would draw your attention to the kind of the third paragraph down that says the maximum donation per organization is $3,000. So I would immediately suggest that the Artelinia Chamber Music request would drop to $3,000 because we don't give $5,000 grants. But Michelle, am I correct that we actually have all this money in our budget?
We have the $30,000 in the budget right now, of which a small amount, 11,077 has been allocated.
To the graduation and those kinds of things?
Yes.
And so if we were to approve all of these requests, what would our total be?
The 21,005 is what is being requested. That includes the $5,000 from Artelina.
So if we took 2 off that, we're basically at 19.
Yes.
And we have no amount on the Perry Sound Stingers.
No.
And I did reach out to them on the weekend, Shane Reynolds, who is one of their organizers, to ask what proportion of the young people that are playing basketball at Orville come from Seguin. He didn't give me a number, but he said 7 of them walk. So they must live in Seguin if they walk to the Orville Community Center.
Yep.
And it is a basketball group that started in the summer outdoors in Perry Sound and came to us looking for an indoor location, and they're using our Orville Arena, or Orville, not our arena, our community hall. What is the rent they pay, Dominique, for this. That's what I think they want. They want to not have to pay so much rent to us.
Hi, sorry.
That's okay.
We had given them a reduced rate for the time they were in Orville, so they were paying $50 an evening, and they were using it twice a week. So they did that for a number of months until they found a location in Parry Sound. But I think they really liked being in Orville because they do have a lot of players there. So
Yeah, he said Orville's way better than wherever they are in Parry Sound.
right.
So we're basically charging $100 a week for 2 evenings of youth basketball. And how many weeks would they go? So if we gave them $2,000, that would give them 20 more weeks at that rate. And I want to see our community halls busy and in use, and particularly with the youth if we can.
Mayor?
Councillor Moffat first, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess just looking at the Festival of Sound, and I guess I recognize that again we none of us have a crystal ball. If the Festival of Sound doesn't go through, how does that? We've given our money, but what have we? What are they doing with it? I guess is my question. If they do not hold the event this year, I'm wondering if they addressed that or anything in their submission.
No, they did not. And I have to say, out of all of the donations last year, we only got one back because the event was not held. So.
Okay, thank you, Michelle.
So on that same note, Mayor, can we not make that Festival of the Sound conditional to them actually operating and expect a return if not? Could we do that? No. No?
We can hold on to it if you want to wait and do the same as what we've done with Ice Cap in the museum.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be paid right away. So we wait till they announce it. If they don't announce it, we fold it.
Yeah.
If they do, we provide it. Does that make sense?
Is council comfortable with that? I mean, it is, if they don't go ahead, they've probably got some losses, but on the other hand, that's not our responsibility to fund.
Well, Mayor, on the Stingers issue, you mentioned about a grant for them. Could we not just waive rent in lieu of that?
I don't know. Can we do that, Dominique and Michelle?
Mm-hmm. What we have done with the figure skating and the hockey is we give them a credit on their account. So if you say $2,000, we would give them a credit on their account.
So in a sense, it's like waiving the rent if
Yes.
it matches the monthly rental they're paying. Yeah. All right. I just figured that would be an easier way to do it rather than cut a check. You never know what happens to that check.
No, that's true. And if they can go back out, excuse me, if they can go back outside in May, they may do that and keep the credit for when the weather turns poor in the autumn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Councillor Collins.
I have 2 questions, Mayor. It's under request. Artelina Chamber of Music, they were asking 5, who are they? I've never seen that before.
That's the Whispering Strings that were over in Foley.
The Whispering?
Never heard of them either.
Foley?
Mm-hmm.
In fairness, they have been very active this year. Dominique might want to give us a little bit of background. Through COVID, they taught all kinds of kids how to play the violin outdoors. Dominique, do you want to give them a little bit of background on Brenda?
Sure, yeah. Brenda Mueller is very active with Whispering River Music Orchestra. And yeah, before the buildings were locked back down, they were doing a lot for the community. They do so much for the kids in terms of teaching music and classical music and art and all other forms of visual and, movement, things like that. And they want to use all of our spaces. They're very excited and partnering with different ideas. So they have been around. They've been doing a lot of YouTube and uploading their orchestra music to, online ways of doing it, which sometimes was a little bit difficult because of our internet access, but they've been doing a lot, and I think it'd be great to support them. We're already working together, trying to make use of our trails in different ways, and just trying to get through the COVID with at least providing some options for people.
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah. It's all news to me, Dominic. So the other question I have is Sunday night hockey. I might as well be talking to you about that. $2,500. There's no hockey. There's no ice.
No ice.
Well, I would say the same thing. As soon as the ice is allowed to be back in, they would be coming back right away, and maybe we again hold off on that until we've got the ice back in.
Yes. All right. That sounds like a plan. Thank you.
And just
Thanks,
for
Dominic.
the Whispering Strings, Councillor Collins, they do play at the Orville Market on Saturday. That's who you're hearing when you're walking around the market at Orville. So, Councillor Fellner.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we go back to the Festival of Sound for a minute?
Mm-hmm.
What did we decide to do with the Festival of Sound?
We decided to hold off until we knew the festival was going ahead.
No, the Festival of Sound has been, it's been around for a long, long time. And some years are good years for them, and some years are not so good years for them. And I don't know whether I'm really comfortable with that condition. Not for that organization. I mean, it's a real benefit, and I'm sure they have in theater performances or not. I'm sure they're probably doing something, and maybe could reach out to them, see what they're planning to do before we just cut them off at the knees here. I don't.
Okay,
I'm
well,
not
I think
comfortable with that.
as a next step, I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to go down the list and ask for a show of hands. But Councillor Finson, you have something to add.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I didn't hear your conclusion on the 5,000. You were going to reduce it to 3 for the, okay, that's all I wanted to, I didn't know whether that's what you actually said. Thanks.
That's our maximum, so nobody should be getting more than that. Now, I see a whole lot of hands. Councillor Collins, Councillor Osborne, Councillor Fellner, Councillor Moffat, but I'm wondering if you still want to speak or, Councillor Osborne, okay, 3 of
Two
them.
questions,
Okay.
two questions, or at least a partial answer, I think, to Councillor Fellner. We didn't decide to turn down festival. We just said we'd hold the check until it actually happens. Is that not correct, Michelle?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're not turning them down, Terry. They will get it if they convene, right? Secondly, the Stingers or the Arlena. If we give them a $3,000 grant, what do they use it for? Instruments?
Oh.
What's the money for?
They buy children's instruments. They pay the teachers. They do concerts in the. They run coffee houses on Friday night in the Foley Community Center. They're busy and contributing to the community.
I see Councillor Moffat nodding his head. I guess he attends. All right, thank you.
Councillor Moffat.
Thank you. I do know Brenda quite a bit. Her and I have interacted, and I know the mayor has been had a number of discussions. I guess before we move, I guess I'm a little confused in terms of having a credit versus having a check. And maybe we can, as we walk through this process, maybe we can identify which ones are going to have a credit, i.e. they're going to utilize our facility and we're just going to give them a credit, versus, for example, Festival of the Sound. It's an outside organization. They're not coming to any of the Seguin facilities, so they're not getting a credit. If we could just, that would help in terms of, and then maybe a reset in the numbers. And I know, Michelle, things are bouncing around, just to know where we're at with the final numbers. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I think the only way I can figure out to do this is to go down the list and ask for a show of hands. And as we do it, I'll try and say whether it's a check, whether it's a check delayed, or a credit to facility. And if I'm wrong, speak up. So I have a motion I guess I need to put the numbers in before I read the motion. Okay. Perry Sound EMS toy drive is asking for 1,000 and 1,000 they got last year. Are we comfortable with that? Show of hands. Yes. Okay. Festival of the Sound got 2,500 last year and are asking for 3,000 this year. I would propose that they get their 3,000 when and if the festival proceeds. People comfortable with that? Daryl, no? Are you a yes?
Look at Daryl, finger.
Okay, just a sec. So now I'll just say when. Also Horticultural Society, 2,000 last year, requesting 2,000 this year. All in favor? Yeah, okay. Safe Quiet Lakes, 2,000 last year, requesting 2,000 this year. Thank you. The Cadets got 900 last year and they're asking for 1,000 this year. Are we in favor?
10% increase, okay.
Okay, yep, okay, they got it. West Perry Sound Smart for operating for, I believe it's mainly out-of-pocket printing and that kind of thing. They asked for 2,000, we got 2,000 and they're asking for 2,000. All in favor? Thank you.
Mayor, sorry, I just have a question.
Sorry.
Two questions. What does that cover, and who else is contributing to the West Perry Sound Smart Community?
The archipelago contributes every year.
Same amount?
Yes. And occasionally a few of the other municipalities also contribute 2,000, and it generally will cover, they've got corporate insurance, out-of-pocket expenses. They don't have an awful lot.
So
When a proposal on our behalf, I know they get it professionally printed before it goes to the government, those kinds of things.
Yep.
but I'm just wondering, are other municipalities utilizing their services that are not actually contributing money to them?
Right.
Like what about Carling and Whitestone? I've heard, and McDougall, I know that I've seen stuff in the paper, and I'm just wondering, and I know we can't control that, but I'm just wondering if there's a sharing of costs here proportionate to effort.
Over the years, the other municipalities have contributed. I'd have to say Archipelago has probably contributed the most, followed by Seguin.
Yeah.
I do know that they do approach all of the West Perry Sound municipalities. So
I believe they're helping Whitestone and
McKellar
McKellar right now
Yeah.
put together a joint proposal. So I'm sure they'll contribute this year. And McKellar and Whitestone have kind of decided to do everything together as a twosome.
Is it possible, just like, I don't know what the application said, but is it possible just to see if we can maybe just get an oral update as to, I just don't, my concern is that, we have two municipalities that paying the freight for, 3 or 4 others. And I think that's disproportionate and unfair to our residents. So.
I think they come once a year to council. We can ask them for that. I do know that Seguin and Archipelago have benefited the most. In terms of the reports that they've written and what they've been doing for us. So, but I think that's a legitimate question.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Arteliana chamber music, they would be cut from 5 to 3 because that's our maximum. All in favor?
Just I have no choice on that one. Teddy, put your hand up.
Saltos Gymnastics, $1,000. I know it's a popular program, so all in favor? 1,000. Sunday night hockey, they've requested 2,500, and it would be when the ice is back in.
and is that a credit?
Yes.
Oh, is that what they use it for?
It's for the Sunday night hockey. So yeah.
This is a credit. Yeah.
Okay, so it's when ice.
And sorry, Mayor, just to back up, the gymnastics is not at our facility?
I don't know. You'd have to check with Dominique.
No, it's not.
There we go.
Okay.
I believe that gymnastics uses their money to go to meet
Mhm.
mileage for the mums, and they drive
Well,
around.
I guess if we're talking Festival of the Soundlands, then they're not going to meets.
Oh, that's true. But they're still I don't know whether they're training the kids or not, Dominique, right now.
I actually don't know if they have a facility that they can go to right now.
So,
Should find
so
out.
yeah, I think this is another one of these ones that I think we need to do a little bit of investigation just to say whether they're actually doing stuff.
Yeah, what I'm writing beside these ones is when proceeding, because
Right.
they're all in complete hold.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Perry Sound Stingers, we talked about giving them a $2,000 credit for our facilities. All in favor? Okay. And Perry Sound Tourism, you will see the recommendation from Michelle about tourism recovery initiatives. And my comment was, why aren't they using the provincial Safe Start funding for this? Because there's a lot of money sitting out there for COVID Safe Start. So that's my question to them. It's not really in our bailiwick. Michelle, do you want to explain a little bit about that?
It really just does not fit the criteria for the donations. If council is interested in providing funds to them, we can put it through the branding or economic development, but it really does not fit the donation policy.
Councillor Osborne?
Yeah, it is Perry Sound Tourism, Vanessa Backman.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing to do with Seguin. Thank you.
Councillor Moffat?
So just to, I disagree 100% with Councillor Osborne's comment. They may be labeled that way, doesn't mean that they're not. I guess, Michelle, just as a follow-up, I'm presuming you or someone, or maybe Dominique, has communicated back to Perry Sound Tourism to let them know that there may be other opportunities, or, you know, to work with the township on stuff.
Not yet, but
Okay.
we will. Yes.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
So then I put down a 0 for them right now. But Safe Start funding is easy to get. We've got a couple tourism operators, like Black Feather Adventures has gotten 4 grants out of the Safe Start stuff, and they're a Seguin-based business. So it's not that hard.
Mayor, may I make mention, they show their income statement, total revenue $4,000. So they're asking for half the revenue from Seguin? What's Perry Sound giving them?
But I do think, Michelle, you can communicate some other options to them. Okay.
I'll be in touch. Mm-hmm.
Just cross it out? Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to put 0 in.
Okay. So I'm just going to read down the numbers and the notes, and then I'll ask for a motion and a seconder. EMS Toy Drive, $1,000. Festival of the Sound, $3,000 when they proceed. Rosso Horticultural Society, $2,000. Safe Quiet Lakes, $2,000. McPherson Cadets, $1,000. The Chamber Music Society, $3,000. Salthouse Gyms, $1,000 when they proceed. Sunday Night Hockey, $2,500 when they proceed, and it would be a credit. And Perry Sound Stingers, a credit. Could I have a motion?
Mayor, I think you missed Smart.
I missed?
I did. I heard you go from cadets to chamber music.
Oh, I did Smart. Oh, sorry. Okay, if I missed Smart, I apologize. It was an oversight, 2,000. Motion by Councillor Finson. Thank you.
I so move.
And seconded by Councillor Moffat.
I'll second that, Mayor.
All in favor? Thank you. Oh, we have a motion on the table that we might have forgotten, and this is that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby approve the following annual agreement funding for 2021. for the Seguin Library at $174,670 in operating and $9,313 in capital, and the Perry Sound Area Municipal Airport at $40,000. Could I have a motion to that effect from Councillor Cole?
Also move.
And seconded by Councillor Osborne. Oops.
I'll second that. I have a question.
Yeah, I see that. Okay.
Did you
Councillor
say-
Osborne.
Did you say that, Mayor, that we're giving the airport $40,000?
That's our annual contribution, has been for.
I thought that was done. I thought they were on their own 2 feet in the black at 150 some thousand a year now. No?
Michelle's more familiar with the finances than I am, but I believe they are still counting on that. But last year they did have a surplus.
They did, yes, but they are still budgeting for municipal contributions.
And is that slated to continue in the coming years? Even
I couldn't say, but it is in this year's budget, yes.
so, I guess the question becomes on the loan we were talking about last meeting or whatever. How would that, without that 40, they couldn't make their loan payment to us?
That's going to be a whole different ballgame. That's a big cash flow issue. This is strictly for operating.
Oh, okay.
And I will remind you that we are hoping to have continuing discussions on ownership and the whole financing thing with the airport. That is yet to come.
I would hope so. Thank you.
Councillor Finson.
The recreation committees, I didn't see anything in for all the recreation committees. That doesn't go in there? Okay. I thought maybe it was missed and I missed it.
They will still get their annual allocation.
Yeah,
So it's just
they're a committee of council as opposed to a separate board or commission.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so I have a motion on the table about the library operating and capital. The library, we want to be, it's direction to Michelle not to pay it till they reopen. But that doesn't need to be in here, I don't believe.
The library?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was mixing up museum and library. My apologies. All in favor?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay, this is C, right? Okay, this is a motion on the table that as per the recommendation of staff report DPS.BD-2021-001, operational plan for the closure of open building permits. Council does hereby approve and authorize the implementation of the recommendation and option 1 of the report, the hiring of a building inspector on a 1-year renewable contract to assist the building department in implementing the operational plan for the closure of open building permits to be funded through the building permit reserve. Could I have a motion from Councillor Fellner?
So moved.
And seconded by Councillor Collins.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Thank you. And you have your hand up, or?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I would first like Director Stone to speak to this a little bit.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, to the rest of council. So this is our plan for this year coming up to try and close as many building permits that are open as we can. It's broken down into quarters, the first quarter being administered by in-house staff, and they're going to concentrate during the lockdown to focus on closures of permits. So for example, in the last 2 Fridays, they've closed 131 permits. The second quarter is actually where the new CBO will be looking at focusing one contract staff building inspector to run with the closures of permits throughout the week, while the other building inspection staff support those closures as part of their daily functions looking at new projects. The third quarter will focus on drafting a specific element in the retention bylaw that deals with the old files and how we're going to save them. And really it's there for plans review function. And in the fourth quarter, the CBO will again evaluate the progress of how the program's going and report to council on that. Thank you.
Councillor Collins.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Hey, Steve, how are you?
Good, you?
Good, very good, thank you. I'm for the hiring of the building inspector on a yearly contract, but I know that we've also hired a new CBO as well.
Yes.
And I know that he'll be coming on board sometime in the next, 60 days or so.
Yeah,
yeah, in March.
Mhm.
And so I would like to allow that when the new CBO starts, to carry on from there how he would want to initiate moving forward, rather than not do anything at this time. But I think that I would like to see you move ahead and hire a new building inspector. But in the interim of that, when the new CBO starts, I think that you could maybe take his view of moving ahead on this as well, or collaborate together. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's why it's scheduled for the second quarter, because the first quarter ends in March. And so second quarter, that's when the new CBO is in place. And it will be his responsibility to look at this plan and implement it, including the hiring of that contract staff.
All right. Sounds good, Steve. Good job.
Councillor Moffat.
Sorry, so basically just for the next 2 months, in-house staff are going to run with this and then turn it over to the building inspector that he may tweak or move it forward based on the draft we have here.
That's right.
So from this is in the 2021 budget for the hiring of the staff member?
Well, it's a contract staff being hired out of the reserve, so it's not in the budget for that reason.
Okay.
It's a building, coming out of the building reserve.
Okay. Yeah, that I was, because it made mention about no revenue input, like there's no revenue from doing this, so I wasn't sure how we were balancing off cash out the door with no revenue coming in the door. So thank you very much for that clarification, Steve.
Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Mayor. Steve, so this first quarter plan here to close out total 1,731 permits.
Mm-hmm.
That'll leave close to still 5,000 out there.
That's right.
Can you tell me is there somewhere in this document that talks about the disposition of the balance of them?
Well, no, that'll be the CBO to sort of get his feet wet in regards to what's out there, and then to come up. You can see the second quarter really speaks of incentivization with regards to closing permits, and it'll be up to him to sort of put flesh on those bones to help facilitate more closure of the old permits. And the third quarter, we're hoping we can also resolve more closures of files just through the retention bylaw adjustment.
So in your second quarter, by waiving inspection fees on less than 5 to 10 year permits and 150 and 10 years or more, 300, that is your instrument to clean up a lot of these old ones.
We're hoping that people will take advantage of that. Yes.
Okay, but I thought we had a discussion one time that we thought we shouldn't be penalizing people from 10 or more years before, that we were not going to charge them $300 to close their permits.
That's right. That's why we're waiving those fees.
Okay, but you want them to step forward so you can close them without fees.
That's right.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds like a plan, Steve.
Thanks.
Councillor Fellner.
Okay, Steve, so is the emphasis on your program, your proposed program to focus primarily on the older permits?
That is correct.
Okay, so how are you gonna deal with the permits that have been open for 2 or 3 years and just can't seem to get closed because they don't want to pay the extra, their finals, they keep, little things keep popping up in their finals and they finally get sick and tired and don't want to call anymore,
Well, the newer projects, we're hoping, most of them will have a 3 to 4 year cycle in terms of closures. Certainly the bigger cottages will. And we're hoping that over that 3-year period, we'll be successful on the new projects. There is a activation fee for permit renewal, and this is only for the new permits that after the 3rd year, they have to pay an administration fee to keep them active. So we're hoping that is an incentive for them to close on as well.
Okay, so the focus of this contract building inspector will be 2005 files backwards.
That's correct.
Okay, so then when the new CBO gets on board full time, and I assume he's probably seen this document, has he?
Yes, he has. It was part of our interview process.
Okay.
I mean, he's well aware of council's concern, and so he's willing to.
Okay, so he's probably gonna come and talk to us about how he feels it's going sooner rather than later, right?
That is correct.
Okay, okay, thanks, Steve.
Okay.
Councillor Collins, do you have a further comment? Okay, we have a motion on the table. All in favor? Thank you, and that is carried. And now I draw your attention to the addendum about the tandem plow truck. It's in your addendum, and you have a staff report that I'll read the motion, and then I'll ask Director Coppich to speak to it. That as per recommendation of staff report number PW-RD-2021-001, and as per Schedule D, Item 20 of Bylaw number 2011-057, the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby accept the revised tender 2021-002, 1, for a new 2021-22 tandem truck cab, chassis, combination dump box, plow, and wing from North Bay Freightliner for the amount of $271,963 plus applicable taxes, and award the tender 2021-002 to North Bay Freightliner. Could I have a motion from Councillor Collins?
I so move that motion, Mayor.
Okay, and could I have a seconder from Councillor Pinson?
I second that.
And Director Coppich, do you want to speak to it, please?
I think it's pretty laid out in this report. Due to, in the tender process, North Bay Freightliner was higher by almost $5,000 in the other bid on 2 identical vehicles and packages. And upon his further review, found out that he'd made a mistake and ordered or doubled up on the warranty package. And so when he did that, he became the low bid due to the correction. So I'm coming to council to make a decision on which way to go on this. But in either way, we need to order the plow or else we won't get it this year. It has to get into the build schedule.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Osborne.
Question for Peter. Peter, you said they made a mistake on the bid, but which way was the mistake made? Because it says here the total quote was $277,045 and should be $271. So if they raised their price, how are they?
No, they were at 277 and they doubled it, or they double priced the warranty package.
Well, the wording here says, the dealer cost which totals the quote to 277,045, and the should be 271,963. See attachment, but I don't have an attachment.
When they took one of the warranty packages out, they put two of them in the tender.
Okay, which made it 271,900.
Correct.
Okay, well, this statement then is backwards in the in this letter from Doug Vardy at Freightliner, because he's saying the total quote 277 and there should be 271. See attachment, but it just sounds backwards to me in his letter. I'm confused.
Our resolution says 271,963.
Is the resolution in the addendum, Mayor? I can't see it.
I don't, just the staff report and the attachments.
All I got is a letter from Freightliner. That's all I see in my addendum. That's okay. As long as you got it straight, Peter, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Fellner.
Yeah, Peter, this was a tender, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you called for a tender. You had a date where it closed. Did you have a mechanism to withdraw or correct tenders? Obviously, usually so. So what you're basically saying is after you received the tenders, you noticed a discrepancy. You went to the high bidder and said, there's a discrepancy here. And he came back and said, oh yeah, I doubled up on warranty and this is my new price. And he ended up $500 cheaper than the other bidder. Is that correct?
No, it's not, because I went through and I did a detailed analysis of both, with the codes and everything to make sure that they were identical. And it was North Bay Freightliner that came back and said he made the error. It wasn't that I was or poking him. He basically came back and he said he couldn't understand what the differences were in the price because they never really are. From a dealer, there's almost no markup on it. And then he came back himself. So.
Well, I don't know,
Yeah, Mayor,
Can we let Councillor Fellner finish, please, Councillor Osborne?
Yeah. I just wondered if he was finished.
I don't know. I mean, we're talking $500 and, you close the tender, you got two prices, both sets of equipment match the spec from your report, I believe, right? I mean, I don't know. I think you should give it to the guy that tendered it properly in the first place, but however, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne.
So at what point, Peter, did the fellow realize the mistake? After the bids were closed and done?
After they were opened, yes.
Yeah, well, is that kosher with our procurement policy to allow him to change his price after the opening or the closing and the opening?
It says right in the report that if there is a change in the tender results due to an error, it's up to council. Council can make the decision either way if considers it in the best interest of the township. So it's within the purchasing policy, and that's why it's here.
Okay, I guess the situation is here, and I hate to say this, but I know what Terry's getting at. Was it in fact an error? How do we prove it was an error or disprove? We can't. And I don't know. Any bids that I've opened, your price is your price is your price. And if they made an error and screwed up, that's not our problem. That's fundamentally my position on it. You don't get to change your price after the opening in a typical tender. Do you agree, Terry?
Okay, well, we have a motion on the table to accept the Freightliner, the North Bay Freightliner, but we have the CAO would like to speak to it.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. Just wanted to draw to your attention quickly that as you consider this, either way, this is a project that is identified in the budget that you considered earlier today. So essentially what you're doing is pre-approving the purchase of this truck, and to Director Coach's recommendation, doing so that the truck gets into the build cycle, and we actually might receive that truck before winter 2021-2022 sets in. So regardless of which direction you choose to take with respect to the purchasing bylaw and council's discretion, this is giving some advance approval, if you will, to the 2021 budget for this particular item.
So I'll draw your attention again to the motion on the table, which is to go with the North Bay Freightliner. We've heard from a couple councillors saying maybe we go back to the other company, Curry Truck Center, because their original proposal was correct. So I'm going to call a vote, and then so all in favor of accepting the recommendation to go with the North Bay Freightliner? Okay. Against?
For me? Against it?
Okay, yeah.
Against?
I'm against it.
Opposed?
Okay. All right, so it is defeated. Do you have an option?
Did you mark that one?
I marked it as defeated.
Okay, good, I'll take it. You
Okay,
can't have this one till I get that one.
Okay, so now I have a motion on the table that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby accept the bid for tender 2021-002, one new 2021-22 tandem truck cab chassis, combination dump box, plow and wing from Curry Truck Center for the amount of $272,524 plus applicable taxes, and awards the tender 2021-002 to Curry Truck Center. Could I have a motion from Councillor Fellner?
I so move.
And seconded by Councillor Osborne.
Second?
All in favor of purchasing the truck from Curry?
Question?
I'm sorry, I have questions first. Councillor Osborne.
Okay, you just mentioned that Curry's price is 272 and change?
272,524.
Well, this original quote from Freightliner was 271.9. So that's still.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
It says in this letter. Is this letter, I can't depend on the letter from Freightliner then? It says 271,963.
That's from North Bay Freightliner after the revision. Curry's came in
272. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so the Curry quote is 272 and change. Thank you.
Correct.
Yep.
Councillor Fellner.
Oh, my hand is still up. I got to train myself to take that down.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table to buy the truck from Curry Truck Center. All in favor? And this is advancing the current budget.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we are back to business, and we have a resolution here that you've seen before on the Wellness Center, and it was deferred until today, a second time, and I'm going to ask the CAO to speak to it.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. I regret to inform council that I don't have any new information to share. So therefore, and in light of that, I would recommend that further deferral of this recommendation is in place. I'm cognizant of a continual deferral to month after month, and in fairness, we're talking about a very significant project and a significant amount of work that is underway before we can update council accordingly. So my suggestion at this point is that there be a deferral until such time as staff is prepared to come back and provide council with an update. If that's acceptable to council, we will let you know when it's time, and either schedule it as a part of a regular meeting in council or ask yourself, your worship, to schedule a special meeting.
Okay, and I'm comfortable with that, so it would read that it is deferred until staff has an update to provide council. All in favor of that deferral?
You can move her to second.
Oh, I need a mover and a seconder for that? Okay, could I have a motion from Councillor Fellner
Yeah, so moved.
and a seconder from Councillor Finson?
I second that.
All in favor of a deferral until staff has an update? Okay. Thank you.
Your worship, if I can.
Sure, go ahead.
Your worship, as we are approaching about 2.5 hours into the meeting and knowing there's still a little bit of business to work through, I might suggest a brief recess, so everybody can, catch a washroom break or whatever they might need for maybe 5 minutes, if that's acceptable for everybody.
That's good.
Okay, so we have 7 o'clock now. Can I ask you to be back online by, say, 7:07?
Okay.
Don't turn anything off.
Okay.
Oh, Mayor. Greetings, Mayor. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yeah,
How are you liking the job so far while we're waiting for the other? So how do you like us now?
we like.
Yes.
2 years into it, it's a real challenge.
You're halfway there.
We are live and the public is watching.
That's fine.
I think we start without Terry. Okay, we have a motion on the table that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby approve the letter of support by Perry Sound Tourism attached to this resolution as Schedule A for the opening of Osler Lake Park, Provincial Park as a year-round destination. Could I have a motion from Councillor Moffat?
I so move, Mayor.
Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Cole.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Great. Thank you. Okay, we have two here. The first motion is that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby receive the statement of the Treasurer for 2020, your remuneration of appointed members as attached as Schedule A to this resolution, and it's comprehensively in your report or your agenda package. Could I have a motion from Councillor Finson?
I so move.
And seconded by Councillor Collins.
I'll second that, Mayor. Thank you.
All in favor of the 2020 report? Thank you. And I have a motion that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby receive the statement of the Treasurer for 2020 remuneration of elected members as attached Schedule A to this resolution. Could I have a motion by Councillor Cole?
I'll so move.
Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Osborne.
Second?
All in favor? Thank you. Okay, and this is agenda item 9D. And I'm going to ask Chief Hood to speak to this. Don, are you here?
I am, yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah, it's just support. The OFM, the Ontario Fire Marshal, has decided that they're closing the Ontario Fire College in Gravenhurst. College has been around since 1949.
Wow.
And they are looking at changing some direction on training, have more regional training, which is great. The advantage for especially the North and volunteers at the Fire College, it was basically almost free. It was $65 per person to attend a course. I've been to several myself, an amazing property. So there's a feeling amongst at least the fire departments in West Perry Sound that they would like some clarity on how the decision was made and, going forward, what are the options they're suggesting. So one, and they do indicate it in the letter that's attached, the document, the communique from the OFM does state that they are going to keep the property at this point. It's 99 acres on Lake Muskoka. And, they may review future possibilities at the site. So we just want to make sure that the OFM understands that, we are concerned, and it was a great asset for training.
Okay, so do I need to read the whole motion?
Therefore.
Okay, I have a motion that supports it, and I will read the therefore Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin requests that the Province of Ontario reverse their decision to close the Ontario Fire College, as the OFC is one of the best and most cost-effective methods for municipalities to train their firefighters, which assists us in protecting our residents. And further, be it resolved that this resolution be forwarded to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Sylvia Jones, Ontario Solicitor General, the Honourable Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and the Ontario Fire Marshal John Pegg, and the Township of Augusta. So could I have a motion from Councillor Collins for this? Next.
Yes, I move that motion, Mayor.
Okay, and seconded by Councillor Finson.
I second that.
And I see a question from Councillor Moffat.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions, I guess, Don. How regular do we use this facility for our training? Like, are people attending, like, half a dozen people 20 times a year? What's the...
Yeah, over the last number of years, Councillor Moffat, the opportunity to go has been harder and harder to get in because of the class sizes, and with NFPA training coming in a few years ago, everyone was trying to get in, and yet there was no available space. So that was a challenge for sure. Back several years ago, we would probably average 4 to 8 members attending on an annual basis. Patrick, for example, did all his certification through the fire college. As myself, I've been numerous times to the fire college, but it was harder and harder to get in over the last number of years. Quite often, when the courses would be published in January, you literally, if you weren't, it's like buying Super Bowl tickets. If you weren't first in line, you weren't going. That's how in demand it was at the time. Yeah.
So I guess just to follow up then, are we then going to try to get given that we are doing this support letter, not to close it, I would hope that we would try to do everything possible to try to get usage out of it. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, it obviously has been closed since last March because of COVID.
Right. It's setting that aside, but in the normal circumstances. So
the other big challenge for volunteers today is
time.
A lot of them can't give up a week's work, or a week's holidays is what they're giving up to go to the college. As back a few years ago, a number of years ago, people seem to be more accepted to go and give a week's holidays. We would still pay them, but they would also give up their time to go, and that's becoming harder and harder.
Okay.
Oh.
So I believe, Mayor, you said the Township of Augusta, but in the normal course with a lot of these, when we have them come through correspondence, it goes, and as it's referenced here, all municipalities within the province of Ontario. Why are we limiting it? Because it seems like other municipalities, do the shotgun approach and make sure that everyone knows that we're supporting this, and we're not. So should we not be doing the same in our resolution such that it would be dispersed throughout the province of Ontario? And back to the town of Augusta, I guess.
Okay, the copy I'm reading from here in my package says within the province of Ontario.
But I think the mayor just referenced that last line that says, it just said, I believe the Township of Augusta. I could have misheard, but I thought that's what you read out.
I read a list of ministers, and I'm going to ask, and the town of Augusta, but I'm going to ask the clerk to address that.
Basically, there's no sense in every municipality sending to every municipality. So when you get one that does that, you support them and then send to the real important ones, which are the ministers and the premier, the people that make the decision. Augusta, quite often it'll be AMO, so you send AMO and they'll collect them and send them to other people. But yeah, we don't all send to everybody. That's just 444 different municipalities sending everybody the same thing.
Craig, if you could recommend that to the other municipalities, that would be lovely.
We recommend that by not following through.
Yeah,
No, that's great.
I recommend to them when I get 3 pages of CC names.
That's
Councillor
perfect.
Collins.
I'm good. Thank you.
Hey, Don, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Very good, sir. So what's in the future for Seguin right now? I mean, we don't have the Gravenhurst College, the Fire College open up. Are there any plans, say, for the other, us and the other municipalities together, maybe coming together on maybe training, something along those lines? Or are we just gonna carry on as normal and not really do anything?
Well, normal would not be doing anything. Normal would be as we would do our ongoing training, and typically on several occasions throughout the year, we would get together with the other municipalities. Carling has a facility that they set up with sort of everyone's help. They use their area where they have containers built as a building. It's 2-story. We've gone there several times to train. We can go ourselves. Right now, obviously with COVID, training is something that we have to be very careful of. It's really hard to distance and train firefighting. So the other option is, as the province has said, they are looking at other options to, if the college is done for sure, then they're looking at other options for what they call regional training, where they potentially send trainers to this area. They're looking at a couple of live fire trailers possibly, where they would, bring that equipment with them for training. So it's a combination really of our ongoing training ourselves, our training with the surrounding municipalities, and then the OFM and the training that they would have available. So the beauty of the college was it's close and it was very inexpensive.
Yes. It would be nice, though, to see a training tower in our area, wouldn't it? We don't have a training tower. Isn't that amazing?
Well, we do actually in Carling. Carling has a training tower that all the municipalities went together on.
And how many stories is it?
2.
Only 2. Well, I think that's a training house. It's probably not a tower.
But for us, you can probably, you're correct. But first of all, 98% of our dwellings are 1 or 2 story. We have very few 3-story dwellings.
That's true. But I'm just saying it'd be a perfect opportunity maybe to reach out to the other municipalities right now and come in with some type of regional training program. That's my input, Chief.
Okay, no, appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the table to write the support letter and address it to the key ministers and the Township of Augusta. All in favor? Thank you. And we go now to the addendum item, which is 9E, and I'll ask the Chief Administrative Officer to speak to the broadband.
Glad you prompted me because I don't have my addendum package open, but there's an awful lot of activity happening around broadband in recent, I'll say the last month and a half or so, locally, much of which requires council input. And to do so, I'm going to ask the mayor to call a special meeting of council where we can have a detailed and focused session on broadband and some proposals. As everyone likely recalls, there was an RFP pushed out back in mid-December, and the results of that are in. Some evaluations have been done, but we really would like to engage council in its entirety to have a look at what's on the table and discuss and debate the pathway forward with respect to broadband services throughout the community. So with that, I can't get into a ton of detail because we will be talking about proposals. There's a good chunk of that conversation that will be in a closed session. But with that, I will ask Your Worship that we call a special meeting of council to discuss broadband. And I think we were targeting the 9th.
2 o'clock.
And with council's support, as there will be external parties involved, we would like to see if we could start at 2 o'clock again, similar to what we did today, but open to getting some feedback. We'll reach out to council and see what we can do for scheduling, perhaps tomorrow. But certainly would like to get in front of council as soon as possible.
Do we know if the outside parties are open to that date?
At this point, if they would like to do business with us, they'll be here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Well, I'm looking forward to a robust discussion, so I would suggest, I mean, they're here. Is everybody good for the 9th at 2? Is there anyone that cannot make the 9th? Councillor Moffat?
I
could you
can't,
make it?
I cannot make a 2 o'clock call. I already have a prior meeting that I'm the chair of that goes until 3 o'clock. So if we were able to, I can cut early, but if we can start at 3, that would be ideal. Then I can attend. I was just sending an email.
Let's say tentative February 9th at 3 p.m.
Does anybody else got a conflict? Councillor Osborne?
Just wondered, Jason, how long do you expect that meeting would go? 3-4 hours?
I suspect we should budget for upwards of 3 hours. I don't know that it should go that long, but to make sure everybody has sufficient time logged in the calendars, I would say a 3-hour limit should be suffice.
I'm good for 3 p.m., Mayor, on the 9th.
Okay, thank you. I think you're going to see some exciting information come forward, but we will probably be asking for non-disclosure agreements from each and every one of you in advance of that meeting, and the meeting will be enclosed.
That's automatic.
Mayor, don't we already have that as part of our municipal bylaw?
Yeah, closed.
Yeah.
Closed
Well,
is privileged.
closed, but some of the information likely to come forward from the people that are bidding, they want non-disclosure agreements from each individual.
Yeah, they want a non-disclosure.
I don't see it as an issue to sign the papers. Andrea will work with you to get your signatures. I think it's courtesy to them.
Mayor, we're already covered in closed, non-disclosure.
Well, who cares?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. We move on to bylaws, and our Chief Financial Officer will take us through this. I have a motion on the table that bylaw number 2021-008, being a bylaw for establishing tax ratios, is hereby deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time and passed by council. Could I have a motion from Councillor Moffat?
I so move, Mayor.
And seconded by Councillor Osborne.
Second?
Michelle, over to you.
Yes, these are the tax ratios. We pass them every year. It's how we determine the tax rates for all of our other classes outside of residential.
Does anybody have any questions for Michelle? Okay, and all in favor? Thank you. Carried. So we go now to council reports, and we will start with Ward 1. Councillor Moffat.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been a busy couple of weeks. Let's see. I actually wrote it down. I actually have decided to write it down now. On January 20th, I attended a webinar by the Independent Electricity System Operator with regards to the regional network in connection with IceCap. On the 22nd, we had a finance committee meeting at the museum. Also on the 22nd, I was at the Muskoka Watershed Council AGM, and I am now a board member on the Muskoka Watershed Council. On 25th and 26th, as you attended, and Councillor Fellner, we had the Roma conference, and I have to get my notes in to submit. That evening, I was also at the Foley Agricultural Society's AGM virtual meeting, along with Jason Inwood, and that was fun. On the 28th, another Muskoka Watershed Council meeting. And that evening was the West Prairie Sound District Board of Directors meeting, and number of calls, questions, emails on the Wellness Center, official plan, the airport runway, which seems to have perked a lot of people's interest, border adjustments, trails, and trying to set up some Lake Association, Road Association meetings as well. So that's what I've been doing. Thank you. Yes.
Councillor Cole.
And working full time.
Yeah, I had a Belvedere Finance Committee meeting last Monday, a week ago Monday, and the big meeting for finance was the month before. And Wednesday was the Belvedere Management Committee meeting, and I will talk to you more about that in closed. And I missed a Chamber of Commerce meeting where the new slate of officers were inducted. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend, but as I understand it, and from what I see and hear, it's a brand new organization, and I think it's off to a really good start, the Chamber of Commerce, doing some things that we've been talked about before, but never really done. So there's a bunch of new members and some old really pulling their weight. So I'm excited about what the Chamber can do going forward. And honestly, to Daryl's comment earlier, I don't think there's any conflict with the Economic Development Office at all. They're very different functions, very different roles. So anyway, and that's it for mine. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Mayor. January 21st, I attended a CPAC meeting virtually. General discussion on service calls from the OPP. One that's noteworthy is they're very responsive to our data collection on our speed monitors. They said it's very helpful, and there was focused patrols in Rosso as a result of the data they received. They wouldn't tell me how many tickets they put out, but there was a cruiser parked there on a focused patrol. So as long as the data is coming to them, they will, under normal circumstances, provide focused patrols radars when they have the time. It's not their first priority, as we all know, but they will do it as soon after they receive the data from us. And I guess the one question I have out of that, are we still moving that speed monitor from road to road to road every couple of weeks? Is there a schedule? Oh,
Yeah.
there's Peter. He'll have the answer.
Yes, we are. It's not being parked inside. It's outside all the time. So we're moving
How many locations have we monitored thus far, roughly? Sandy Plains and
total
Rock.
about, I think, 6 or 7, and we're doing some right now. We just did Horseshoe Lake, and we're doing some counts in our waste sites right now, and then we're putting it back out on the road.
Good. Well, it's well received by the OPP. In fact, some other municipalities at the meeting were asking me what it costs for these rigs, and I told them roughly $5,000 a piece. Am I right?
Yes.
So others are interested in doing it too, which is going to be helpful for all communities. That's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fellner.
Yes, So I as well was at the Roma for a couple of days. Interesting first conference virtual. I think I prefer the ones where you can go to. But found it quite interesting. Some interesting things there. The library met in January and has appointed Janet Borneman as the new chair to replace Bev LeDrew, who resigned at the end of last year. And I think Janet will do a good job. Supposed to have an AGM last week for Park to Park, but it got canceled at the last minute. Going to be this week. We're sort of out around the Clear Lake area on the weekend and noticed, tremendous number of people on the lake. A lot of rinks and a lot of people ice fishing and a lot of people around their property, more so than what a normal year. I mean, it was really quite, yeah, it was very interesting. We have a lot of people up here right now. So that's about all I have to report.
Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a recent DSAB board meeting. We voted on a new executive for 2021. There's no change. Rick Zanussi is still the chair and Barb Morrow is still the deputy chair. Rick was going to step down this year, but decided not to because we do have a new CAO, Tammy. And so he's going to be the chair for one more year, and there'll be a new chair coming up in 22. And I have a meeting, a Zoom meeting for the District of Perry Sound Municipal Association on the 10th at 1:30. So we'll see what's happening with the rest of the municipalities, and I'll report back at our next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Finson.
DSAB meeting as well. I haven't had any other meetings going on. I've had lots of phone calls about when are we getting vaccinated, why aren't the ski trails open? Although I walk the ski trail every day and there's hundreds of snowmobiles getting out there somehow. There are tracks everywhere in the fields, everywhere, not just on the trail. It's been groomed, it's beautiful. I don't see the snowmobiles. I don't know where they're coming from, but they're not on the trail. Basically, they're all over the place. So that was just something that's new. I've never seen that before. We had a really lovely article at Horticultural Society in the Winter Trillium article. It was done by Sarah Lehman. It was really nice, really well put together, and real kudos to the Horticultural Society. They did a lot of work during the pandemic. I mean, it was difficult work, but they managed to do a lot of stuff. Our CAC has now been scheduled. Our meetings have been scheduled. I have a transportation meeting on Friday. I've had lots of questions about when are we getting internet from my Rosso people on the lake, because I think there's some people that want to be up here. I think this is new. I've never had this before, and they're really questioning me. And I mean, I didn't get back to the one person right away, and like 3 days later, he said, "Have you heard anything?" I was like, he thinks he's getting it tomorrow. So that's something that is new. That people are asking a lot of questions. Other than that, I have a transportation meeting on Friday with the mayor and with Lisa. And other than that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. You're busy. I will just give you a very brief update. On January 14th, we had the mayors of the province had another update from General Hillier on vaccination rollout. And I know you're all probably watching the media, and I will try and forward their presentations as I get them. And then we had on January 20th, Minister Clark called another meeting of the mayors of Ontario to launch the stay-at-home media campaign, and they asked all of us to be out there helping to spread the word. Dominique has putting out lots of social media, using staff pests and even our CAO, and they got me a couple times in the snow. So the message is clear. Stay home, stay safe, and save lives. And it will stay that way until further notice in the province of Ontario. Then we attended Roma the 25th and 26th, and again, the content was okay, but we really missed the networking and the people and the getting to know people. January 25th was the quarterly meeting of RAMP, which is Residents Against Muskoka Poverty. And I made a point that although I sit on the advisory committee, most of their work has been with the YWCA in Muskoka. And as a result of that, the YMCA in Parry Sound is now a partner. And so they're doing a lot of really neat workshops. Just for perspective, 13% of our residents in Seguin are living in poverty, as measured by Ontario, and the median employment income is 21% lower than the rest of the province, just to put things in perspective. So there are needs in our community. And I will continue to take lots of phone calls on lots of topics. Everybody that's complaining about snowmobile trails being closed and skating rinks being closed, I am simply giving them the Minister of Health, or not the Minister of Health, but our district chair, Dr. Shivokos, his phone number, and our MPP's phone number. So I think they're getting the message. But as you probably saw in the paper, Dr. Shivoko has no intention of changing his recommendation. And I'm disappointed at that, but kind of glad to see people building their own rinks and snowmobiling where they can. Okay. So we go into closed, or not yet? Oh, I have a motion that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby receive the board and committee agendas and minutes and the correspondence as presented on the agenda and addendum for the February 1st, 2021 meeting of Council. Could I have a motion from Councillor Osborne?
So moved.
And seconded by Councillor Fellner?
Seconded, yes.
All in favor? Thank you. And I have a motion that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Seguin does hereby proceed to a closed meeting at 7:37 p.m. In order to discuss matters pertaining to Belvedere Heights Home for the Aged, short-term rentals, litigation, personal matters, and some labor relations negotiations. Could I have a motion from Councillor Collins?
I so move that motion, Mayor.
Seconded by Gail Finson.
I second that.
All in favor of moving into closed? Thank you. So give us a little minute technically to take off the live recording.